9 o'clock. Everybody please stand and join us for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of the Monday, August 4th, 2025 meeting as written?
I'll move. Second.
Been moved by McCurry, seconded by Evangroff. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. So I guess we don't have any miscellaneous motions, do we? Doesn't look like. Well, I guess we'll move on to Appraiser Connie Lawrence, Department Update. Good morning, Connie.
Good morning, how are you guys?
Good, how are you today?
Good. I have some correspondence from the state that I thought you guys needed to see. I am in compliance for 2025.
Okay.
And the first one was the letter from the state. And then I put in some reports where they show where I turned in what they require of me. And then one of them was my ratio again, which is still down in the 70 and 80s. But my COD was in, so that got me in. So I had a 75 points and a 77. So I just wanted you guys to see what the state requires of me and how stuff works.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
If you guys have any questions after looking at it, you're more than welcome to come in. We can visit about it. Okay?
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Coffee County Cancer Support Group sponsorship, would that be you ladies? Okay. Come on down.
May I pass these out to you?
How you doing today?
Thank you that it's not raining, that it is raining and that it's not raining.
Sure.
You can't ask for anything better than that now, can you?
That's right.
Well, thank you guys for seeing us this morning. As you know, Carla Hoke and I are with Cancer Support Group, and we are having our annual golf tournament. And it was supposed to be this coming weekend, but then it got postponed because the golf course was torn up. Not torn up, but they were reseeding and stuff. So we're having it, as you see, October 3rd and 4th, which by then it should be nice and cool.
Okay.
So we were just coming to see if you guys would be willing to sponsor us again this year, like you guys did last year. I do want to say that we figured from January 1st to December 31st of 2024, we had given out over $108,000 in just in 2024 alone. Seems like, as you all know, cancer is just rampant, and lots of times we have sometimes 1 to 2 new applications every 2 to 3 weeks in Coffee County. And so, anyway, this is our only fundraiser that we have anymore, and everybody is very generous and kind. The community is very good about always sponsoring us. We're a nonprofit. None of us in the group gets paid for anything. It's just all volunteer. So, he was just coming to you if you would like to sponsor us again this year.
I can attest that you do a great service.
See, last year we donated 2,500, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that pretty normal?
I
mean, that's,
can look back further.
but I would move to do the same as we did last year, 2,500.
I'll second that.
It's been Moved by McCurry and seconded by Peterson. Can I just read this last year's motion?
Here, I'm putting it on there for you.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
And I think I'll put for 2025.
yeah. Okay, I've got a motion by McCurry and seconded by Peterson to donate $2,500 to the Cancer Support Group 2025 Golf Tournament. Funds to come from the General Fund Community Improvement Line item. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Do you guys have any questions for us about our group?
You said 100 and how many thousand?
108,000 lap in 2024 is what we paid out to the.
Coffee County residents?
And surrounding counties.
Yeah, and surrounding counties. We only do probably for surrounding counties, we only do it for those counties that do not have any help at all, which would be Osage County, they don't, and Greenwood County does not. So, and Lyon County does not. So occasionally we help, but I would say that wouldn't even make up 5% of what we,
Of the total amount. that is-
of the total amount. Most all of it stays here locally in Coffee County.
Well, thank you both and everyone involved for all your efforts with this.
Yes,
It's sad that we need the program, but
yes.
uh,
It
thank
is,
you so
but-
much.
Yes, well, thank you guys, we so
No,
appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Yes,
Okay.
it
thank
takes
you.
all of us to make this work, that's for sure.
Thank
So,
you.
thank you. So I don't think we've got everyone here that we need for the next item. I guess we're gonna finish signing some stuff we've got there. Am I correct?
Unless you want to call Brian earlier. Brian can come. Let me see.
I don't know how long it take him to get here. Yeah.
I'll find out.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I'll be here in just a couple minutes.
Okay. I was just hesitant to, have
Yeah.
it be 15 minutes before he got here and start.
Right, no,
Same time
no.
when everyone else is here and have him sitting here waiting, so.
So, how are you? Are you sitting?
The call.
Oh, yeah, she was the one, that's right.
Yeah, that should be. Okay.
We've got more, but what you guys have here, everything on my place is running completely full. Our group is full.
Yeah. Awesome. Steve. Is this all we have to sign?
He's up for reelection.
Or so far? Unless Mr. Angie has something else.
Yeah, so far.
You know she said so far.
Some people come up.
Senator or governor
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good to see you.
It's all the things. I didn't mean to.
Button that either.
Yeah.
Pull that out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just so you know.
Good morning.
No,
How are you?
Oh, you got one.
Okay.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
No call outs this weekend, and I'll just jump right into it. I'd like to request a 10-minute, executive session for non-elected personnel, and just dealing with their resignation and non-elected personnel.
Okay, I'll move to enter executive session, for 10 minutes, to include each of the commissioners, Road and Bridge Superintendent Ryan Durst and County Councilor Wade Bowie, second, to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel related to
A resignation.
a resignation under the Kansas Open Meetings Act, KSA 75-4319 B1.
A motion by Peterson, we have a second. Parker seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. This will enter in at 9:17.
If you did send her ready, well, after you send
There's those.
her, I need to get those.
So I got a resignation for an employee, there's that, I think that might got sent up already. You know, this quality employee resigned here, he's had over 15 years with the county. One of the big reasons why he left is come down to our salary chart and just the length of our current system is, you know, 22 years, 22 steps. And it's just the progression of going through that. You know, we've lost a handful of quality employees, you know, due to this specific thing. Prior to 21, our salary chart was 6 steps, and it took 8 or 9 years to top out. That was kind of redone. You know, I think that was maybe a little short, but 21, McGrath was hired to redo our handbook and salary chart, and they presented a 15-step system. Commission at that time decided to stretch it out to 22. You know, for me, if I've got an employee I hire as equipment operator and they wind up getting promoted into the foreman's position, it would take 35 years for them to work these steps, you know, going through that. I think it needs looked at, maybe possibly tweak it a little bit. You know, I don't know what the answer is. But I'd like to move forward with maybe some discussion with maybe a department head meeting would be a good place for that, to discuss some of that, and then kind of bring you guys, present something on what we come up with on that. And I don't know what you guys' feelings on that would be, but
I think we need to proceed and at least have the conversation. At least bring the rest of the department heads into your, and see what their feelings are, and I'm sure they've got opinions on the thing too, so if you guys as a department head could come up with a consensus and then bring it back to the commission, I think everyone would, I'm speaking for myself, I'd be interested in holding that conversation some more.
If everyone would like to discuss it.
Yeah.
so, okay, well, we'll plan on getting that from the department head meeting then. So appreciate that. With that, I have a motion here. This would be to hire a CDL truck driver. This is for the resignation that we just had. This will be just for in-house only for this position.
Based upon the recommendation of Road and Bridge Superintendent to hire one CDL driver in-house. No new position is being added. This request will fill a vacant position within the department. Also moved. Moved by Thompson, seconded by Peterson.
Are we gonna have a vacancy then after that?
Yeah, once we fill that position, we'll see where that comes from, and we'll have to eventually advertise outside to hire that position.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you. And then I've got a couple CB2s, these are just revised.
Ryan, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes.
On the CDL truck, you're looking for someone that's already got a CDL, or are you willing?
Well, we hire in-house, they're already
Oh,
going to have that
okay.
CDL.
Okay, understand.
Yep. The next two motions I have, they're just revised CP2s. I had the wrong wage. I had them down as $19.93 an hour. It should have been $19.73. So these are just to revise.
We've already done these. And it just-
We've already done these, and I had a mistake on them. I didn't catch that when I brought them up last time.
Okay, I'll make a motion to review and approve the revised CP2 payroll notice for Hunter Riley, light equipment operator, highway, new hire, wage classification 30-01, with a wage of $19.73, effective 7/14/2025.
Second.
Avondross seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to review and approve the revised CP2 payroll notice for Gavin Conkle, light equipment operator, highway, new hire, wage classification 30-01, with a wage of $19.73, effective 7/14/2025.
So moved. Second.
Barker's moved, seconded by Peterson. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
That was all I had. Guys, if you have anything?
Thank you for helping me with the awning
Oh, yeah.
the other day.
It's
Appreciate
a
it.
lot easier than I was
It was.
anticipating. That's good.
It was only easy because you were there.
Uh,
I don't know about that. All right, appreciate it, guys.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Okay. CFS Saban Yanez and Burns and McDonald Howell Controlla, North Property Development Options. Good morning,
Good
ma'am.
morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you guys.
Good to see you.
Real quickly, we thought, a little bit of background. You guys, I've been here a few weeks ago when we talked a little bit about, some of the, thoughts on what we do with Vito Junction as we look to the future, whether it had been the CHIPS project or, a future development. And one of the things that, we do have a few slides, so everything you got in the packet will be on the slides as well. It was kind of a mission that you asked of me, was to look at what the next steps might be, if we were to look at how we prepare the site for, to be a little more attractive to any developer that might come, as an industrial park. So, in that same process, I know that Howell, with Burns McDonald, if you recall, when we were moving forward with the TEM project, the county hired Burns McDonald to really be your pre-development master organizer, and we still provided county engineering services, so we kind of worked in a tandem where we're looking at the infrastructure components, they're looking at the overall program itself. So we thought it'd be good to come and give you an update. We've been discussing kind of, I'll say, the next steps on what might be the pieces of the puzzle to help any future development at the site. The slides you're going to see are the same slides we've presented to you before. It's more just the background to show you, like, here's where we left off.
This is still based on
Yes, this is still
Correct.
based, yeah, and we're gonna, and I have one very simple diagram at the end, which is based on your all's comments to me before, a few weeks ago. And again, this is just to show you kind of what things, how they were laid out before, where we had the general development area to the eastern portion, and then the west was still open for future development. So the our thoughts, go ahead to the next slide. And this is just kind of, again, a further indication as we had refined that plan based on TEM, on some of the pieces of the puzzle, development streets, the infrastructure needed for that type of development is going to take place. From the comments that you made before, and again, you'll see this in the final slide we do, we only have 30 minutes, we're going to kind of run through some things. You'll see that we're already moving some lines around. We haven't drawn anything yet. That's kind of where we wanted to be here today, to give you the background of what we're thinking. I'm well aware of the shifting of the lines that you all discussed with me, and how we look at this as kind of, I'll call it 3 large lots, and you'll see that here at the end. What we thought was most important was to come to you today and to kind of better define what we believe are the scope of services that would be necessary to better prepare this site for any developer coming forward. And so we have a slide that we can go to now, I think.
Yeah.
We can go to now. It's in your packet, I believe. Maybe it is, maybe it is, okay. So it may seem a little bit complicated, but it's really just to look at the phasing of the planning work that we believe would need to be done at some point in time, some pieces sooner than later, to prepare this Vito Junction site for a future industrial park. and looking at the different types of land uses that could go into that park. So set aside the semiconductor program in your mind. We're looking at this more in a different type of uses, which would be more traditional to the type of industrial park that you would have in this part of the state. And so we've begun to line in. These are very specific, we believe, at this point, tasks that would need to take place to prepare this on the county's behalf, so it's most enticing to a developer. It gets you in a position to be in a better place to negotiate the deal.
Right, so this is a scope of services matrix, right? And it really lists out all of the components that would need to be improved around a new concept. So as Saban described, we were all prepared around a semiconductor fab campus, right? So absent of that approach, looking at more a traditional industrial park around warehousing, logistics, a distribution center, that's what the next steps would be. So the real question is to the county is, if you stay on as the master developer and you hold on to this property, how do we get it to the next level that's marketable? Because developers are looking for, in our industry, called shovel-ready sites, right? They want to know that utilities are tapped to the property line and they can purchase that property and be under construction within a reasonable time frame. Obviously, we're not in that position right now. So to market this property to developers in that warehousing, logistics, distribution market, to get it to that next level that is closer and more attractive to those developers, is putting together a concept around that traditional industrial park, working with assumptions on historic data and similar type projects to develop a load demand for the utilities, go back to some of the legwork we've already done with the utility providers and adjust their capacity, for that, and then really put together a marketing brochure. You can see that item 3 there is marketing materials that could give a visual to market out to potential developers. And we would look to work with the county directly on providing some of that information. What attracts, what are the benefits to developers wanting to be in this area? What are your demographics? What's the population, trends? What education and training facilities are nearby? Those type of things. So ultimately, what we're showing here is a suggested timeline to help develop these things and some of the tasks that will take place in a collaboration between Burns & McDonnell and CFS to get you guys this land in a position that can be more marketable to the outside world. Wade, if you go to the next slide, I've put together a simple list of deliverables here to give you an idea of what that means. And that, what that really means is we're looking at, call it Beto Junction Industrial Parks, for lack of better words. And you put together a prelim site plan, both civil and architectural, on that, that we can then identify what the utility infrastructure demand is. And what we're tagging Links Village right now is more of the commercial mixed-use side, to the west, where that may be retail, shopping, maybe some multifamily components there, but separate type of approach on those other, developments, so that we can take those and really understand the utility studies. What capacity is available from the utility providers, and is there anything that changes from our approach that we had to the semiconductor campus, so that those utility providers know what they're doing. Those will spit out that marketing material, the brochure that could go out and attract these potential developers. And as Saban mentioned, really on the old Highway 50 and US 75, those improvements that will need to be made in order to accommodate the traffic load and the population growth and the activity of the development. So with that in mind, I think some of the things that we were talking about that make sense if you were to advance anything, I would say advancing improvements to old Highway 50 and US 75 makes sense, because those being advanced and improved gives you the next level of a developer-ready site. The next level beyond that of improvements would be the actual infrastructure that gives you closer to a shovel-ready site, being the roads and right-of-way on the property. So I'll pause for a moment and see if there are any questions relative to
But
that.
on that old Highway 50 and 75, I mean, that study's already been,
Yeah, in fact, I was kind of gonna get to that. There's work that we've done in the previous work that we can bring forward. We've already begun to identify that work.
okay.
So to be honest with you, as I put together what additional costs there might be, you all have made an investment already in there that we can leverage.
Correct.
On old Highway 50, 75, even on the site planning, we have, we surveyed it, we have geotech, it's really a conceptual plan of how we modify that to be a different
Right.
type of use.
We even made assumptions on utility corridors and right-of-way improvements, which I don't anticipate those changing much. It's just a matter of the actual engineering that changes the actual calculations and changes the configuration of the right-of-way based on a new industrial park rather than the semiconductor campus. So good information that you've got value of, you invested on, we would start from there and improve.
Because the water study, is complete, or is closed.
It's
Near
close.
complete.
I knew that would be asked. We were waiting on one piece from another of the sub-consultants. They're still to get it into the draft and get it completed and then bring it forward. But
Because
yes.
that part of it's already enacted, I mean,
Yes,
we're doing that.
yes.
Right.
That'll at least give us loads. We did have a discussion about a month ago with Carl and Jenny specifically to say now that it's not TEM, can we agree on a level of water usage and we've got that. That was important because we were kind of stuck in the TEM model with certain assumptions of usage that were significantly different than maybe what you would see in an industrial park.
Right.
What's the amount of water you're looking at?
Well, at one point we were talking 12 million gallons.
Million gallons
per
per
day.
day.
For
Yeah,
TEM
for
versus.
That was at the very start, but then
Yeah.
as time went on, then it,
We kept coming down,
Okay.
we started getting down to around 3 million, I remember.
3 to 4
Yeah,
million.
3 to 4 million.
3.
Yeah, 3, yeah. So we're kind of just needed to get agreement to what numbers were agreeable that we could use for industrial park, and so that's what we're working for.
Sure.
And at the point that you all might say, let's proceed with something, we would first come back and say, here's the scope and the fee on top of leveraging your investment, here's what's left to do. And we can do it in a menu manner such that, you can select, okay, we want to go this far with the level of effort, we want to go this far with the level of effort. Our team's experience can spell that out for you and say, if you go this far, you're going to have it this ready. If you go this far, here's what you get. But we certainly want to be cognizant of the budget you've spent so far and what might be a little necessary investment to take it to another point to be ready for another developer.
Correct. That's the main message delivered here is a sample size of deliverables that would get you that next level of marketable, product on your land, and the timeline of the activities and tasks that would take place. And should that be the route you guys would like to move forward with, then the next step would be for us to put together a fee proposal that outlines, that meets
What it would cost.
what it would cost to do that, and look to see what level of appetite for that next investment is for Coffee County. Because we could certainly, I always say, scope and services equate to dollars. So and the level of detail that you want in those scope of services or those deliverables, it's a balancing act, right? So we could certainly work within budgets, but it's just a matter of how much information and what level of confidence you want to have in that information that's a direct relationship to that fee proposal.
We thought this would be maybe helpful prior to this group coming into talk, so at least give you some basis of information, because I think you'll start to see people interested, and just like this group here, so it'd be good timely to do this.
If we look at the last slide, because there will be some documents that do need to change there was a lot of information done in advance, surveys, topos, but those were off of certain boundaries and approach with TEM campus. And as, you know, we'll look towards Coffee County. The one thing I want to make clear is Coffee County would take the lead on this, and we would provide services. So someone from Coffee County would need to be that owner's rep, call it, to help provide direction, vision, and approvals. We certainly can provide, you know, suggestions, recommendations, and options to come up with what this industrial park looks like. But it will need somebody working hand in hand with us to make sure that we're getting some of those details lined in. And this is based off your last conversation.
Yeah, this is really just me taking your comments earlier about
Yeah.
moving the roadway.
Making a drawing.
Just
Yeah.
kind of broke it into three pieces. The biggest piece you see on the east, the north and east is I'll call it the traditional industrial park. I drew the lines to the east of the house, that property, to kind of more represent where you guys were thinking the drive might go, to separate that, and to keep that tree line that you wanted on that house property. That's in essence what I did with the lines. And then the western property really can be fairly easy to define because the creek helps define it. And then you've got Lynx Road over on the west.
Okay. I think that, to me anyhow, that north line of what we were talking about is probably further north than it would need to be, but I don't think we need to spend any more time working on that until we decide how we're gonna proceed
Yeah.
here.
I remember one of the comments you said, could the lagoon be moved closer to the home? I think
That
those
was the thought.
yeah.
Well, but I mean, that line
But
could
that
be
line to
closer
the
to the
north,
lagoon than
it
it
could
is
come
now.
closer, yeah.
Closer down,
It could
yeah.
come closer.
So then what would be the total acreage in what you've got parcel out there?
So the total for the whole site, if I remember correctly, was like 278 acres.
But I mean with the house,
I don't know. I'd have to get that answer for you. Get the answer for you.
I think somewhere around 60 to 65 acres.
Okay.
But I don't know if that was with that line that
Yeah,
far
I
north.
think
I think we were
that-
anticipating being just
Just
north of the
north of
lagoon.
the lagoon.
Lagoon.
Yeah.
Okay.
So with that, you're probably in the
That's fine.
55-ish.
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah. But we can get that information.
Yeah, that's easy to get. Yeah. Get that down the hallway or.
Anyway, we just wanted to catch you in front of this presentation. We thought the information would at least be helpful. And then, again, as you all direct, if you see that you want us to put something together to bring back in front of you, just please let us know, and we can do that.
Okay.
That's what
You
we'll-
guys are staying, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're sticking around, so we can help address any other questions as well.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Everybody want to take a 5-minute break or?
No.
Okay, we'll be back in 5 minutes. We'll come back. 9:57. Okay.
Sorry, Mark, is that delayed completely on us? It comes on every once in a while.
I've talked to Brad about it a couple times, so.
I think the camera's running though, it's just the light fails to get switched on for whatever reason. Give it for strong on.
Makes it any harder to worry.
Okay, well, I guess our next item is Cameron Roth and Gary Pinkston, acquisition of real estate for a proposed industrial project. Good morning, man.
Good morning, everyone. Start out, my name's Cameron Roth. I'm a real estate proprietor down the road here in Burlington. And give you a little backstory, how this meeting came about. I had a call from Gary Pinkston, who's a Chase County native and Chase County businessman, now has moved on to development in other parts of the country, but still spends a lot of time there. And I've dealt with him in the past on some real estate deals, all ag related. issues, nothing development-wise. But Gary had called me one day and just said, you know, I'm looking for a place to possibly put a data center. I thought about Coffee County due to water and electric possibilities, and wondered if there might be any interest from anybody down there to explore and have some conversations about a possible data center project. And I said, well, I don't know anything about data centers whatsoever, but I do know that there's been desire from county leadership to see that project at Vito be developed further into something. And also I've heard the public rumblings that you've heard about that location. So it's real simple. What I'm here for is just to introduce you guys for a discovery conversation, see if there is any appetite for development up in that area by county leadership and public support, and start the conversation. No need for anybody to get their hackles up over an initial conversation. What I know about Gary, what I know of him is he's a capable and legitimate developer. Got a good reputation where he's from, and I think it'd be worth you guys at least exploring your options with him. I think he's the guy that could help come up with some solutions. If you guys decide to go with the plan that they might, the previous group might want to go with, that's fine. We might ask for some alternative locations if there's interest in a project. So with that, I'll introduce Gary, let him tell you about himself and kind of what he does.
Commissioners and residents, thanks for seeing me today.
Good morning.
It's nice to be back in Kansas. I grew up in Chase County, little town Cedar Point. Family used to run the feedlot in Strong City. You guys probably smelled that as you went by for a lot of years. I'm probably the example of a young man years ago that grew up on a ranch, and I got an engineering degree, went to Emporia State a couple of years, graduated at K-State, went to work for Caterpillar. They sent me to California, and I learned how to be a developer in California. We do a lot of work, and we own Snowmass Mall outside of Aspen, and then we've got about $1.5 billion worth of development work going on in Hawaii and California. And one of the most rapidly growing industries and development today are the data centers. And the real ideal situation is what's coming as the new data campuses. Right now, you've got within 100 miles of here, you've got about 15 data centers: Lenexa, Kansas, Kansas City, Wichita, and they're kind of one-off deals. They took the old publishing house in Kansas City and they're turning it into a data center. The thing that the data users like is data neighbors, so that they're not necessarily plowing new ground in Kansas City or Wichita or wherever it might be, and there's a demand for, due to time zones, to being in the center of the United States. Right now, the data centers have kind of gone to the East Coast, the West Coast, a lot of them in Phoenix. So as I started to look at this, the Wolf Creek and the clean power and the abundance of water, we have to have about 300 megawatts of power. We got to have 2 to 4 million gallon of water a day, and that's the real driver. As we would do this as a data complex or campus, these facilities, and you can drive by them in Wichita or Kansas City, they're nicely done architecturally. And then my guys did a layout of the site where we would kind of get to 10 and 20 acre sites, and we would customize these for the users. And the users, of course, would be Meta and Facebook and Amazon And so there's huge demand for this, and we just thought that because of the clean power, they love your kind of power and water. So those are the two ingredients, and we'd be interested in buying the property and working with Burns and McDonnell and the engineers. The longest lead time items, power company. If anybody knows the power company guys, maybe we could shorten this up. But I would be the owner and would be the point person all the way through. I'd spend the time with these guys with all the numbers instead of you guys having to figure out the critical path to install the latest sewer line. So that's what I bring to the table, and we've got the financing to do this. We deal with Central Bank out of Kansas City, actually out of their St. Louis office, and we've got a website, and we can show the financials, and I'd be the point person for the deal, and we could sit down and do a land purchase quickly, and but we need the time to let Burns McDonnell and us figure out how to plug the power and water in. So with that, and I'm going to be around here for a day or two, staying at your nice local motel. So if we need to talk anything about planning or thoughts or contracts, I'm around. I'm not leaving until leaving out of Wichita tomorrow night.
Okay.
Gary, I looked through your prospectus. You've done a massive amount of development, but nothing for data. How are you going to get over that hurdle?
The amount we got going on?
No, getting into data, into tech. I mean, your firm's, you haven't had any background in that.
It is fairly straightforward. It's an industrial park, and we got to have power and water.
Right.
And that's the main.
But I guess I'm getting at, do you have a department set up for IT, tech, any of this?
We'll be doing that right here.
Meta, Amazon, and who else did you say would be involved?
It
would be whoever.
Yeah, it would be that environment. Meta, Facebook, the Burns McDonnell guys have worked with probably 15 different.
Two approaches, right? There's an enterprise data center, which would be those type.
Right.
Meta, and then there are the next layer. There's QTS, for example, is another, and so those we would do studies to market and decide what approach we would go.
I see.
We'd go both into the marketing side and then through the engineering side.
Yeah, we do a ton of data center, design and development and construction. So there's you go enterprise, you colo, what they call colo or co-location, which is you're really the data center developer and you're selling off power and data storage to multiple small users, whoever it may be, local or regional or international.
I see.
Some of these sites would be sold and some we would hold and just lease, depending upon the demand.
Joel, when you're speaking of that, it looks like you guys already did a little bit of forward work for them on this, according to your prospectus. You and Sagan have.
So those are in reference to the studies that were previously done from the TEM.
Oh, from the chips. Okay. I was going to ask how are you going to, working for us and working there, how are you going to keep that separate?
We've done that with Coffee County and TEM previously.
And I'm new, so that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, so it two different tasks that need to happen, front stage, backstage. It'd be supporting both sides with a common goal. No real conflict there. It's off-site, on-site, and utility. So as long as those tasks are clearly outlined and it's all toward the common goal, no real conflict there at all.
Okay.
One thing that I did, we're building about 300 units of workforce housing in Hawaii right now, and one of the things that we would expect here would be 50 to 100 workforce housing. We kind of laid it out around the lake, and we would, the users would like that, and I think it would help you. It didn't look like you've got a lot of new housing development here, so this would let you keep those $125,000 a year jobs local. And the airport, I did some calcs, we can get a G5 out of there if it's not full of fuel, so that would be handy as well, because that gets to be really important to have that airport there.
That's because of the weight, I would assume.
Well, I had my pilot guys look, and they said, you know, a G4 half full of fuel is good out of there.
To take off in that runway distance.
And then I guess another site might be, I don't know if you've got some extra land around the airport too, so. Our main thing is the water and power.
And you're interested in that whole parcel there?
Yeah, we would, for a data campus, we'd need at least the 250 acres, or whatever the number is.
Sure.
And that was the reason I asked about your airport area as well.
Right. So data centers, they take a tremendous amount of power, my
Yes.
understanding.
Yeah.
Is there enough baseload power around
Well,
for you guys, or what kind of upgrades need to be done, and who would be?
Well, what's happening is my illustration, there's 15 data centers within 100 miles of here.
Right.
So it's all happening in your grid. It's just a matter of concentrating it and making it more efficient. And then these guys the Meta likes the Microsoft as a neighbor, and instead of being next to a residential district in Lenexa, Kansas.
That makes sense.
So they're already using the power.
Of course, if we get some extra baseload out of Wolf Creek, that'd be great.
Right.
Would be.
In the future.
Is this your first facility that you've taken on?
Of the data, yes.
So, in your opinion, if one of these was to happen, is the potential there to attract further housing, further industry, further commercial?
Well, I think what I'd like to focus on in Coffee County, because of the power and water, if you would prefer this part, so to speak, to be a more traditional warehouse for Walmart or Amazon as compared to a data center, I would probably say, if that's what you want to do here, I would probably say, you know, do you have the airport area or something where I can have 300 acres for a data campus?
Well, I was kind of...
Now, we wouldn't turn down, I mean, you know, if we got 8 of these and Walmart wants a distribution center, well, hell, we'd do it.
Well, I guess my question was, would this attract like restaurants, hotels, further businesses to support?
You're talking around the
area.
Around
yeah,
the,
around
I
the
think
Beaver
the
area.
biggest thing that just driving around, I didn't see a house under construction yesterday. You got any in town? And I think that the only way that the restaurant and you got to have rooftops. And I think, you know, if we would have about 300 construction workers for about 5 years. And then it would settle down to, the data centers don't use a tremendous number of people. They'd settle down to probably 250 people. But if we built 100 workforce housing and you kept 100 new families at that, you know, whatever, $100,000 a year, that's what'll grow or bring your restaurant.
The others, right.
I noticed it was a little hard to buy dinner last night.
As far as this site, obviously there's a lot of computer stuff that's going in here. what does that do to like the fire district, the services for EMS? Is that something that's incorporated into
Yes.
this, or is that something the county has to provide?
These facilities, these guys, have their own standards, and they'll be pretty self-contained. Now, if we can be the catalyst, to help, if you really want a fire station out there, if we can help be the catalyst to that, we'd love to work with the county.
But as far as you putting a facility in, you have no plans to do that? That's not on this?
Not in plans, so.
Just because they are self-contained, I mean, they're self-protected,
Right,
yeah.
yeah. They would have redundancies and backup, excuse me, I'll turn my phone on. They would have redundancies and backup for their own fire protection.
They wouldn't need outside
No.
help,
I mean, obviously, there would be I mean, the county still would be
Responding to?
responding to, if needed to be, to the
Right, yeah.
situation.
Now, this should bring $750 million worth of tax base, and then I don't quite know what happens with the FF&E and computers. I don't know how that gets taxed, but they're probably, with the computers and the buildings and improvements, probably be a $2 billion tax base of some kind. And I don't profess to know how to calculate that.
I was getting ready to ask you about the tax base, but also, is there any, you're gonna be asking for any abatements or anything like that related to that, the facility itself?
Well, your Economic Development Commission mentioned that the state might have some kind of an abatement going, but that's not really our MO. We're not here to ask for anything. Now the actual user, if they're tuned in to the state and the governor and everything, they might ask for something, but we're not.
Here you kept referring to them being self-contained. Who's they?
Would be Amazon or Meta. These guys have their model.
Okay.
They're gonna have redundancy for water. Some of them will have an elevated floor. Some will cool in the racks. Some will cool with water. But these guys are pros at this.
So, are you looking to subcontract to them and let them build the way they want to and run it their way, or are you going to do that?
Well, we're general contractors, and we do a lot of this work ourselves. And I think in talking with Burns and McDonnell, some of these guys are very rigid. Zuckerberg, I know him from Kauai. He's going to have his team come in, and it's going to be absolutely this way. If it's someone that wants to rent space, there's a little more flexibility. But we can't. It's just like when we build a Walmart distribution facility. Those guys, right or wrong, they're going to build it their way. They know the door heights.
And that's what you're going to do
Right.
as a developer. You'll go by their specs and you'll do it
Right.
exactly.
Or they may bring their own.
Or they may bring their own.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we may be able to use Burns McDonnell on the infrastructure, but Zuckerberg may bring in, Charlie Brown's engineering.
Some of these enterprise data center clients, to Gary's point, they have their specifications detailed down. They have their preferred engineers, they have their preferred contractors, so some of them will say, give me my 20 acres, stay out of my way.
And they'll take care of it.
And they'll take care of it from there. Others may say, here are my specs, build it to suit, I don't want to own it, I want to lease it. So there'll be all options there.
And so that happens quite a bit, I mean,
It's pretty normal.
That's normal.
Yeah, they're normal.
And we love to do that long-term lease to them.
Sure.
That's our business.
Sure.
You mentioned the electricity and the water. What about the fiber infrastructure? Is that,
We've still got some work to do, but it looks like I-35's got adequate connectivity.
that the fiber network that exists now, I mean, that's,
Right.
we're in pretty good shape.
There's availability of fiber. That was one of the main themes for TDM as well, was availability of fiber. So there was that was part of the feasibility studies done on the semiconductor campus solution for fiber.
Pretty robust, fiber networks along all the interstates in the country, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's where we've evolved, most of the companies.
And that was already addressed with TEM.
Yes,
Right.
yes, leak identification.
From a feasibility level.
Yeah, the feasibility level, right.
One other thing with this concentration of technology, and we learned this we've got a big shopping center in Elko, Nevada, where the gold mines run the place. And with this technology, then I think the grouping, then the Flint Hills Technical School, and it would feed this industry, and they would like that. So I think there's some opportunities for Emporia State and vocational ag and that end of it.
Because Flint Hills was involved with, was part of that TEM
Correct.
part of it. I mean, they were.
Similar partnership to create
Right.
Training and continuous education
Right.
for the fab side of it, correct.
Gary, are you open to doing public forums to keep this transparent with the patrons of the county? Letting them know what's gonna happen, why you're gonna do it, so they know everything that's going on?
Would certainly do that, and we're accustomed to that in the jurisdictions where we operate, and we would try to be respectful of how you'd like us to approach it for your constituents in the public. I think it's probably the cleanest type of development that there is. Once these are done, there's 30 people working in there, and there's no trucks, there's no delivery, that type of thing. So it should be good neighbors.
This one, you brought up Zuckerberg, Meta, Walmart, or not Walmart, but Facebook and those. What's gonna keep you from just, you're making lots of money off this, no matter how it goes to spies, of flipping it to them, and then backing away and letting them have it? Or are you gonna be in this for the long run as somebody from Kansas?
Be in it from the long run from somebody from Kansas, and I'll defer to the Burns McDonald guys, but probably a third to half of this would be buildings that we would own and lease to the users. Now, if Zuckerberg comes in and wants to buy 40 acres, we're going to sell it to him. But our ideal thing is the longevity, and we hope to be able to keep about half of these buildings ourselves.
And all the buildings would be data?
Well,
Or are you
that
looking
would
at
be
something else?
our focus. Now, again, if Walmart decides they want a 300,000 square foot distribution facility, you guys would shoot me if I turned them down. So we would be very practical about all of this.
And I would offer up, think of it as a tech park. In the Phoenix region, I live in Phoenix. We're called the Silicon Valley of the desert. We've got data centers popping up everywhere. And they've been there for decades. It's not new, but it's spiked with the trends. And a lot of them are innovation in tech parks. So you have data center campuses that, Gary may be the tech park developer, the master developer. So he creates a tech park association that handles all the right-of-ways, the common areas, and all the upkeep. Some of the buildings he'll own and operate that are leased, by a operator. Some buildings, to his point, if Meta comes and says, I want to buy the 40 acres, then they buy that, and they own a lot within the tech park, if that helps clarify.
So I'm just gonna ask, but basically what you're proposing is to buy this outright from the county and you guys develop it, the county's out of it.
Right. I mean, we wanna work with you and, you know, like the, Highway 50 and 75 and, you know, if there's coordination there and you wanna put a fire station on the corner, I mean, we'd work closely with the county, but we'd take you out. You can stay in as much as you'd like, how's that? There's plenty to go around.
Fair enough.
That's good.
None of us were on when the property was purchased, but I think, you know, to begin with, everybody thought that the county was gonna buy it, and these you know, the chip deal was gonna come in and was gonna take it over. And then that's kinda flipped, that now, okay, you own it, you're the developer. And it's kinda like the work these guys have been doing. Well, let's make it shovel ready. How much of that might be bulldozed out is my concern. The county goes and spends a bunch of money trying to, I'm not in favor of that.
Welcome to the development game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not interested.
You're
in
figuring it out real quick.
Taxpayers' money for that, you know. That's just my,
No, that's my
I'm just
concern.
a-
I'd rather, if at all possible, I'd sure like to have more discussion on this. I mean, I'm interested as one.
Well, I'm available 24/7. I'm gonna be here a couple of days, and I'm an open book. If you know any questions anybody's got, be glad to discuss them.
I was gonna say, if you end up buying it outright, what would be expected from Coffee County and the taxpayers? I mean, any requests there?
I don't think so. The only big ask in the buy is you gotta be patient enough that we can get this power. We gotta be sure that we can get the power and water. So I've got a 6-page contract that all of us cowboys can read. My attorneys hate it because it's too simple, but I can give you that in about 30 minutes. And it's very straightforward, and we probably ought to set with county council so we know each other a little bit. But that would be the approach.
Because probably to get power, it'd probably take, 3 or 4 years, 2 to 3 years to get power sufficient? I'm just asking.
I think that we need 3 years to get everything buttoned up.
Right.
We got the water, we got the gas, and these guys are accustomed to the power being late, so we might have the gas and run gas turbines to generate our own power until we get the plug-in. But we would not be, other than coordinating with the building officials, and we're used to this. I'm thinking this is gonna be a lot more fun than Honolulu.
Heidi, does the zoning currently on that property, is it conflict with what he's wanting to do, or can a special use be?
The way the regs are currently written, special use would be applied for. We just have to know what exactly they're wanting to do with the property to apply for that use.
I guess one question I had, we always have to start somewhere, and I'm so accustomed to the complexity of California and why it drives me crazy. But if we just laid out 10 and 20 acre parcels, and I'm assuming we could subdivide that into 10 and 20 acre parcels. Now, sure as hell, the minute we do that, then Meta's going to want 220s and we'll have to consolidate it. But I'm assuming here in friendly Kansas, we can get that done in 2 or 3 months, instead of it being a big deal.
We'd have to look at the plotting process, that's what that would come down to. So that can take 2 or 3 months to get through, and then we can go from there. And during that process, you can do zoning concurrently with it. So like you're talking about how many acres you want split out for that 250, you can have that concurrently with the zoning So that way there's not much of a delay or a delay pretty much in, you know, when you get approval for any documentation that would be needed or something like that.
So Heidi, would it be safe to say it'd be more of a administrative change on a replat than start the whole process over again?
We haven't done very many plats here, so I have to research that with our consultants, but the initial plat, I mean, that would take 2 or 3 months, but then the other ones, that'd be a good conversation to have later on.
Thank you.
Very good.
Mr. Dixon, there's not been any mention of the house, and you sat through the first presentation. The house sort of sits in the middle of the property. I know there's a map in the materials that were provided, and the house is carved out.
We kind of carved out about 7 acres or something. We didn't know what to do with the house. We probably wouldn't mind having it. We don't need it now. You know, if these guys want to rent it for 3 or 4 years, they can have it. We want to cooperate and get along with everybody. So we're flexible.
The reason I'm asking is, are you interested in purchasing the entire parcel, including the house?
Yes.
Or, okay. So if the county were to sell the entire 270 acres, including the house, that's what you're interested in?
Yeah, that would be great, but we would certainly cooperate with them. You know, it's gonna take us 3 or 4 years before we're gonna tear everything up if they need a place to stay. I don't know the agreement there. If they need, but we would get along with everybody.
But if you owned it, you'd be able to do what you want with it?
Yeah.
Right.
Rather than have an island in the middle of all of it.
Right. Do you mind if I put the map up that shows that?
No, go for it.
Okay. I know
And we tried to lay out around it. I didn't bring any slides. I'm not as organized as these guys.
I've got your...
Gary, is it a deal killer either way to you if the house is involved?
No, it really, it's not, we can go either way.
But you're the house isn't an issue. I mean, you're willing to.
I'll be more than happy to buy it all.
Yeah. So here, just...
Yeah, oh, well, thank you. You got my slide.
I'm ready. Is there anything in your slide deck you want to be shown here? I know it was sent out in advance.
Oh, no, go for it.
So, right here, the house is carved out, but ideally, you'd want the entire thing.
I'd like to.
Okay.
But if it's important to you guys with that tenant, we can.
You'd be willing to work with a tenant.
Yeah.
And your proposal here, at least in this proposed layout of the property, you have, what is it, 17 different lots that
right.
you propose, and then, as you indicated earlier, you'd sell them, either use them or sell them individually.
Right.
Okay. And going back, you were here for the first presentation with the design. This is somewhat a scrap of the prior design. I'm looking at it completely differently.
Well, I used my team to do this, and we did it in about 2 days. So, you know,
Are these 2 sewage treatment facilities you have illustrated on there? Is that what those are right there? This is the housing units.
That's where we were trying to scatter the housing.
Oh, okay. So you...
That's just green space, and we planned some housing off from Old 50 and some internal housing. And we didn't.
And you designed it around the lake itself.
Yeah, we don't want to mess with the lake. We didn't want to mess with whatever it is, Frog Creek. And we thought it would be a pleasant spot to put the housing, and we don't know whether it ought to be single family or whether it ought to be apartments or maybe a mix.
But you're going to have a sewage treatment facility specific for this location?
Well, as I learned from Burns and McDonald, the county seemed to have some interest in a central plant, if we were just doing this on our own, and we've built sewer plants in North Dakota and Hawaii and different spots, again, half of these users are gonna be very specific as to what they want. And at the end of the day, they're gonna handle their wastewater, so to speak, and there's only gonna be 25 employees. So if I were just doing this on my own, I'd just put in sophisticated package plants for each building, and we wouldn't have infrastructure and pipes and pumping sewage, because we got 260 acres and we only got 200 people. So
So what would you do for the houses?
we'd probably put in a central system up there and a central system down there.
So if I can add on, the TEM semiconductor campus, there was interest from the county to own and operate the wastewater treatment facility. And from what I understood, there was some anticipated growth or other demands off campus of the semiconductor facility that was a potential revenue, generating opportunity for that facility. So there was some interest for the county to develop and own that wastewater treatment facility. Not sure if that changes from the semiconductor approach to this approach, as well as the emergency response facility. There were some public opportunities there that had potential revenue generating streams for the county. I would advise that, you guys take a look at what those were and if that still remains the intent, or so that there would be some carve-outs for any of those type of.
Are you talking like fire, EMS, et cetera?
There was a fire EMS.
But I think that was part of wasn't that part of,
That was part of the CHIPS requirement.
part of the CHIPS requirement?
But also, from what I understood, the county, had interest of benefiting from it as well, because instead of privatizing that, it would have been a public Coffee County owned and operated facility, not necessarily.
There was discussion at the time that the county had a desire, because you've got some, your northern part of the county could use some additional resources that aren't existing. At least that's what the discussion was about, fire protection, and also the sewer. The sewer discussion was specifically not just for the site, it was to look at growth in the county, and there really was more of a,
Just looking, I couldn't see enough housing or anything to
Sure.
justify you guys building a plant.
And I think going back to Howell, that was part of the CHIPS.
What spurred that,
What's
in my opinion.
what spurred that?
The wastewater treatment?
No,
Yeah,
the
what was-
EMS.
Oh, the fire and EMS,
Fire,
yeah.
fire, EMS,
Correct.
et
Well,
cetera.
I think the dynamics have changed so much from what they're wanting compared to what CHIPS was wanting.
Well, right,
That
because-
needs to be discussed.
Well,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would,
Well, didn't they have a lot of employees? I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
and
the potential for,
we could always do that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
If we get the growth coming about later on, we could always build a sewer or
whatever,
fire, or
right.
whatever we needed.
Yeah, and my only comment on that is it's an opportunity for Coffee County to identify what, if any, components are near and dear to you, so that there's carve-outs in any of the master plan for that.
The wastewater side was also contemplated and discussed as a part of the Vito CID district, that the funds that would accumulate there would later be used to enhance the wastewater treatment in that area, and as a direct result would potentially aid and assist this area. That was the idea behind the CHIPS. And Sam Green did a lot of work on the wastewater side. He's with Fisher Patterson. He's the attorney who has some subject matter expertise in the wastewater treatment districts, sewer districts, so we could tap into him if needed to get some of his work product, and he could share it with the county.
I think that would be beneficial. There was opportunities the county would benefit, you know, there were the approach of setting up a sewer district, an industrial park district, and a few other similar type, you know, public entities that created some type of revenue stream. So I think, you know, having a conversation back with Sam Green's team would be beneficial, and see if any of those still are applicable and a desire or not.
And initially going back maybe to the CHIP side of things, and Howell and Saban were part of these discussions behind the scenes. There were weekly meetings, and all of the members of the team would get together and talk about conceptually what this would look like. So there was a bare bones development agreement that was put together because that was what was going to be required to submit to the feds if things moved forward. And they hadn't done all of the work because you didn't know what they were going to say, but conceptually, so the questions that asked could be answered.
Correct.
Just maybe moving through your slide deck, Mr. Pinkston.
Yes.
So you had mentioned a number of different locations where there's current data centers.
Yes.
And this is just the list in your slide deck. So 3 in Wichita, 1 in Topeka, 5 or 6 in Lenexa, 4 in Overland Park, 1 in Shawnee, 1 in Kansas City, Kansas.
Right.
And those all house the same type of customer base you mentioned.
Well, yes, the data center operators listed, and so, you know, there's a full cross-section there of anything, and this would be typical of what we'd have in the campus. So in essence, if there's 15 in 100 miles, you know, then maybe the next 15 end up on this site instead of scattered around in Sedgwick County and Johnson County. And
from an economic development standpoint, you bring housing, commercial, retail, service-based industries to the area. That's what's in your slide deck.
Right.
Are there any other economic development benefits that you see related to this project moving forward and into the future?
I think the longevity of the data business is just starting as compared to, you know, we've all seen retail, that the Macy's of the world moved out, and you know, not that Walmart's going away, but Macy's went away, and distribution centers can close. And I think the data center is in the upswing, and it would be a very stable driver for your economy. And then I think it would be recognized as kind of a trade center for teaching young people.
What is and this may be a Howell question, the anticipated life expectancy of if you start and put all the new equipment in, what's the life expectancy for a data center? Or does it get periodically upgraded, or do you know?
No, great question. I mean, there's data centers. Technology is always evolving, right? And I would say that the life expectancy of data centers in itself are perpetual. What changes and modifies is the technology within the data racks. So you see data centers of the 80s and 90s that the racks are much larger, right? And as technology improves, you know, the megawatt per square foot has improved tremendously, because as chips and computers advance and become more efficient, and data storage capacities become more effective, then the space you need for megawatts per square footage is a lot more megawatts per smaller square foot. So they just consistently improve on the technology side, but the footprint itself, the structure, perpetual. I mean, 50, 70-year buildings, you know, and then the infrastructure and the technology just reinvent and repurpose themselves. And then what I would add to some of the, your question earlier on other things that may benefit out of a data center campus. Typically, once you have a tech park or a data center campus, you start to see the IT service-based companies come and want to have, you know, facilities nearby. You'll see operation, maintenance, and repair service type, you know, industries pop up. Smaller, supplemental, secondary type, you know, service-based companies that want to be near the data center for operation, maintenance, and repair type services and upgrades.
So it's just not putting something up and then 5 years from now, packing up and moving on. These are long-term or perpetual, as you
Absolutely.
You know, because they're after the big infrastructure, the water and the power, and the computers and things that go inside, and just get upgraded.
I have a question on something I saw on one of the previous slides there, which one? Well, this one. Yes. Once fully developed, I guess you anticipate 225 full-time operational employees. This says with lucrative salaries. What's the definition of lucrative?
Well,
What
I think,
range of salaries?
I think these are $100,000 a year plus jobs. You know, there's gonna be some janitors who aren't gonna make it, but make that kind of money. But these would be, I'm sure, commensurate with what you have at Wolf Creek.
Okay.
What's your time frame as far as, say if this was to proceed, I mean, what are you looking at as far as, when are you wanting this done? As soon as possible, I assume, but.
Yeah, as I said, I've got a 6-page contract, we can do it this afternoon. My attorney, I can't tell my attorneys they hate it, but it says,
That's a simple form, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gary, why don't you tell them a little bit about your due diligence, you know, what you're anticipating needing to do due diligence-wise for power and gas and water?
well, we've touched on that. We have to get, and fortunately, Burns and McDonald has already been deeply into this, so we just spin them up from where they were with the gas and the water, and then, you know, where we need an angel to help us is probably with the power company, but, so we just have to get square into that, and we've already been, I think we've done well in the last 10 days.
We've penciled this quite a bit together, just, because what will have to happen, similar to the presentation that Saban and I just had to you all, is, you know, the focus now moves from Coffee County and what do you want, what do you need, and what's your vision, to Gary and his team, what do you want, what do you need, what's your vision? So how much of this you want to assume is the enterprise data center, how much of it is colo, how much of it do you want a AI, you know, dedicated data center, or just power and data for lease? So we'll need to make some assumptions on that program, and then with that, we can spit out, you know, historical data, load demands that we can go back towards the utility companies for their capacity approach on that. So it'd be the same as what we just presented to you guys, just doing with him.
So earlier you made the comment, and I can't remember how it was worded, but that you would just need some time. So when would you foresee that you'd be ready? You're wanting to know about the power and everything before you make a purchase.
What we would do, and I've already done the contract, what we would do is agree to a price, and then we'd want a due diligence period of 3 years to get all this stuff straightened out. Then we'd close it. And if we can get it done quicker than that, we'll do it quicker.
Right.
But what I can't do is get all of us in it and have a 12-month gun at our head. And, you know, the power company's still doing this.
And that's why I asked, because I think with CEM, I think that the estimated time is 3 to 4 years possibly
Right.
to get the power out there.
Correct.
With the thought that they would support their own, similar to what you're talking about with natural gas or whatever. Am I not correct?
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. There was some capacity at the existing Beto Junction substation.
Right.
For suitable for use for like temporary construction power. There wasn't enough for the facilities for day one, so that was gonna be done through microturbines, gas-operated microturbines. And then in year 3 and 4, the transmission line just, it would be done, the substation, the new substation would be done, and we would start.
Because that was the estimated time
From Evergy.
from Evergy, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Pinkston, this is your, I didn't show this slide, but this is your, a proposed conceptual timeline. So a
Right.
total of 61 months as things go according to plan. Is that a fair way to
Right.
say it? And that covers all of your commitments, contracting, building, and at the end, September of 2031, that would be the end?
Right.
Okay.
And certainly, Wade, something will change in there. I mean, I'm good, but I'm not that good.
Nothing goes as planned, right?
Something's gonna blow up somewhere.
Plans always change, don't they?
But we did that here and COVID hit and that delayed things significantly.
Right.
We could not have foreseen or anticipated that.
So you would be looking at, you'd want a contract and then like 3 years, up to 3 years to have a closing.
Right.
So then, would there be any chance of getting any money down in escrow for a commitment that it's
Oh,
gonna be
yeah, I mean,
constructed on?
it would be a nominal amount, 100,000 or something. I mean, we're here to stay. We're not doing this for fun.
I understand.
And I'm sure we're gonna get to spend some money with these guys during that period. Fortunately, they explained that to you guys earlier.
They haven't been free so far.
I guess.
But I appreciate their work. I'm not knocking
Well,
that
you know,
at all.
what we say about we engineers, they taught us if they give us the answer, we can work backwards, so I know there's some fees going to these things.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Great.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And again, I don't know if you guys can call me, but if you have a question, please call. And if you guys decide you want a contract, we'll sit down tomorrow and do it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Nice to meet you.
Take care, you guys. See you.
I'll be back, I'll be back.
So has he actually presented an offer? Have we actually received an offer on this ground?
Not that I'm aware of. Why don't we take another 5-minute break? Come
Just
back.
to put a cap on that last thing, there has been no offer presented to the county. There has been, initially, I think Economic Development was contacted to keep this process open and transparent. It was recommended that Mr. Pinkston come in and present his, like he just did today. So nothing has gone on behind the scenes. There's no.
Didn't want to make any promises or anything.
Right.
I think that we need to proceed with caution and do our due diligence on studying and seeing where we're at on this. And I also think that our county citizens need to be informed up front on what they're wanting to propose and get feedback from them.
Okay. Well, why don't we take a break and come back at 10:58.
I know how in there.
Okay, we're back in session, and I guess next thing on our agenda is GAS Garrett Nordstrom, pay application for road at SSM, civil rights complaint procedures and code of ethics policy, and discussion for SSM parking lot.
You're up.
Thanks, everyone. Sorry,
That's okay.
we got a full room, and I should have been looking around who was in here, sorry.
I don't think so. I think just those shoes. So, I'm Garrett Nordstrom, Government Mayor Assistant Services. It's good to be here again. A couple housekeeping items for the Community Development Block Grant. The Department of Commerce requires that we have a couple of procurement policies, civil rights policy, conflict of interest policy, and code of ethics policy. And we've sent these, we've been working with Wade over the last few months to make sure that we have them acceptable. There are two in front of you that will need to be passed for both of our Community Development Block Grant projects, SSM and also the Early Childhood Development Center and LEBO. And so one is the Code of Ethics, and the other this is the official procedures for civil rights.
This is just housekeeping, there's not something there, is there?
No, nothing there.
Just stuff that we need to get in place.
Yeah, we reviewed your procurement policies, your employee policies to make sure they're in line with the state. And so this is just a complete housekeeping. These weren't included, and now they will be, and so you'll have them there.
The only one that I may pivot and deviate from is the code of ethics. I've been working on a code of ethics at least for around a year. I think I brought it up at one point in time and the timing wasn't right. So this is what I'm handing out, a proposed resolution establishing a code of ethics for officials and employees in Coffee County. I think you'd want to look over it and read it. First, it actually ties into some of the governmental ethics rules for elected officials and substantial statements of interest and whatnot. It actually mirrors some of that same language. It's probably more robust and comprehensive than yours, but other counties have done it, and it may be beneficial for Coffee County to look into it and make a decision moving forward. So the others, I don't have an issue with it.
I think they'll make them.
I would agree with Attorney Bowie there that CBG is acceptable to them to have a code of ethics in place. As long as there is one, it would be up to the commissioners to look at how that would read, and anything more, I would say, stringent and would be acceptable to them.
And the code of ethics that I proposed also includes conflicts of interest within it, so it's all at one.
Is this the same one that was sent out in the email?
No, that's, the one that was in the email is actually, I think, one that, I don't know where you guys got it from.
It's our boilerplate.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And then you guys need to hash the new one out before we act upon it?
We don't have to agree to that. If Wade finds it acceptable, it's acceptable to us and to the state as well.
Okay. Because I'd like to read it better,
Then potentially we can table that and put it on the agenda for next week.
Okay, that's fine.
I think that's a good idea. We are about to consider our first pay application for the road. When that gets sent to the state, they're going to schedule an audit for us. So we have about I'd say about 3 or 4 weeks to make sure we get it in
But
place.
next week will be safe.
That's completely fine.
Okay. So the civil rights complaint procedures, is that a standard form?
It is our boilerplate that we use, that the Community Development Block Grant Program typically accepts. But as I think we said, both the conflict of interest and code of ethics are in your one document?
Not the civil rights, but the code of ethics and conflict of interest are in one.
So we only need one if they're both there. If the code of ethics includes a policy for civil rights complaints.
There is not one.
Okay, so we'll need to consider that one in.
Okay. Okay.
I think generally it's within the framework and structure of the policy manual because it covers a lot of these different things. I don't have it side by side, but it doesn't have it in a document like you as incorporated as an additional document.
That's something that you can table until next week too and bring it back and do it all.
We can, absolutely. If there's some confusion, I want everyone to be on.
Make sure there's some clarity there with
I think so.
everybody and
Yep.
do them both next week. That work, Wade?
Yeah.
Second thing before you that we have is the first pay application from Phil Construction. And we just typically bring every pay application before the commission for approval. This one is for, the first one, $270,477.04. Process we typically go is that the construction company presents it to CFS for approval, and they have signed that and approved. The work has been completed on that. We just need your approval. We will then immediately send a request for disbursement from the state. We send that up to the state. It takes about 2 weeks, and then when the money hits the bank, we pay the bills.
And this $270,000 is for construction of phase 1 at the airport road?
It is, yes.
Okay. What is the status of that as far as completion? Are you familiar with it?
Well, I am. The status would be, I would say, 20%. All the grading, road grading's been done. They've staked it all out. Everything's ready to go. I think that next week they'll be putting the base down. And Saban's here, and so he has more of a technical expertise.
I think they have asphalt now.
Absolutely.
There is some, yeah.
So,
Brian, do you know it? Okay. I was just inquiring if you knew anything about that phase 1 at the airport.
They got, the base asphalt's down. I think something along the lines of phase 2, maybe getting something done on it before they do the top of the asphalt. Other than that, I don't know too much.
Did you ever get any letter back from the state as far as applying the extra funds to phase 2?
oh, we did in fact do that. It's signed to the state. The state has approved phase 2 change order, and that was
Well, I know you.
$722,991 for the, to go out to the county road.
Right.
That has been approved, and
Okay.
you know, we're super happy about that. I think that may be the largest change order the CDBG program's ever allowed.
I knew at one time you brought it in and asked us to sign off on it, and I never heard anything back, so that's why I was kind of curious. So, very good. So.
I don't know where it's coming from.
Yes.
CDBG grant?
Is that where Steve's coming from?
Yeah. This is all CDBG grant, correct?
It's not all. So in our budget, we have construction budgeted on both sides. So a little bit will be, you know, the ratio is about 3 to 1 now. 3 sides county, 1 side CDBG. There's a $750,000 grant, CDBG. And so we are at roughly $1,189,525. So I wasn't prepared for that ratio, but I will get that here. It's roughly 60-40. So now every dollar we spend, the county spends 60 cents, CDBG comes in with 40 cents. And we pull that down every time in that exact ratio.
That's what I'm looking at.
I think when we were here last time, we designated that as the community improvement fund.
Oh, community improvement.
I think we did, let me just double check. Was it the last time you were here?
Yes, it wasn't last week, but the week before? Or not even the week before?
I think 2 weeks prior to that.
July 21st? Okay. That's a change order.
July 21st.
Yep, community improvement reserve. So how should I word that?
We just need a motion to accept.
I mean, I have that part, but if CDBG grant's gonna pay part of it.
40%, isn't that correct? And 60 on county?
So say that.
Maybe say roughly.
Roughly.
The exact is 63% on the county. 37% CDBG.
You said 67 on county?
63.
63.
And 37 for the state.
Hey, Art, how's it going?
Ready?
I think so. Do I need to do the calculations then on this amount, or?
So we're going to send you a request for disbursement, and it's going to include professional costs in that as well, engineering design, and it's going to have that ratio change just a bit. But for the construction, that's roughly what it's going to be. Do we need to indicate the exact amount of each pay application comes through when we do this every month? And if that's the way we do it, we can have that prepared.
I think we should, because
Yep.
I am gonna have to calculate, and it may not be what you want it to be.
And you've got
37.
37.4.
I thought that's what he said.
Is that, I'm sorry, say that again.
Okay, so every time we give a request for the disbursement to the state, we're going to add in every dollar that's been spent, which includes the engineering design and administration as well. So that's going to move the numbers. Roughly, the ratio is going to be 63 to 37, but we need to prove it, and then we put the request for disbursement through. We'll send it to Angie for signature, and she'll sign it, and Richard will sign as well, and then we send it to the state. So we don't have the exact number of what the county is going to pay as to what the state is, but what we really need to do is just
63 and 37.
And then we could amend that.
I think so. I think what we're looking for is to approve the pay application.
Yeah.
Okay, so you wanna just approve the first pay application in the amount of 270, and authorize the director chairman to sign the same, don't put funds yet.
That's right.
Sorry.
It's the first time we've done this, and so we have dedicated the money to pay for it, and so I wasn't prepared for that specific number of what coming from the county, what's coming from general.
Do I have a motion to approve the first payout from Kellogg Construction Incorporated in the amount of $270,477.04, and to authorize and direct the chairman to sign same?
So moved.
Been moved by Amidraw, seconded by Barker. Any further discussion?
Do you want to have what it ties to in your motion, because it doesn't say what it ties to.
Right.
So later on down the road, if somebody comes back and looks,
So is this for phase one then? Is that what you describe it? Of the airport?
it shows Airport Access Road as the project,
Okay,
so I just incorporate that.
okay, so amend that to say the dollar figure and for project airport access road. Is everybody okay with that? Made the motions? Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
I think the last thing that you have in front of you is a topic that we've been discussing, trying to get some numbers on for a while now, but that is considering the construction of basically a parking lot that will be adjacent to the SSM facility, and one that will also potentially serve any future development there. And we've been able to accurately quantify numbers through our engineering firm, the CFS, and so we wanted to bring that to you for discussion. I think the idea is that we bring it, we discuss it. If it is acceptable, then we would put our engineering team for a bid spec and potentially put that out and see what kind of numbers we get on that.
So you're wanting to have authorization to put this out for bid to see what your real numbers are?
I would like to do that, yes. On behalf of the county, this would be outside of the Community Development Block Grant Program. And so they have given us basically an okay to go ahead and run another contract or project concurrently aside with that. And so I think we have proposed it. We've been kicking it around and think it's necessary for the project development and economic development in the county. And it could potentially be the final piece to, thank you, to the SSM development. I know Bart is here as well to talk about what that could do for their business model. And, I wanted to bring it to you. I think the time is right now. And we've had a couple of other things before, but it is the final piece of that construction project.
I'd kind of like to see some more information on it. I'd like to see maybe the dimensions of it, and the placement of it, in regards to where it's intended to go out there. I'm not opposed to letting it out to bid, but I would like to see all those numbers before anything was done on my side.
Who's the cost sharing going to be with the parking lot? 100% county, or is it going to be with SSM?
So right now, the entire project is being shared by SSM. They are sharing costs, and Bart, you can help me with that with the public infrastructure. So the water, the wastewater there, the electrical, the broadband, and then also as an agreement, they have a repayment agreement with the county to share 25% repayment of that CDBG, $750,000 or $187,500. And it was agreed that a special would be placed on their property there over 10 years and repaid through the county to the state. And so they are our only cost share, but right now they're at $187,500 plus another $2 million potentially in infrastructure development, or
I don't have those numbers,
so they're basically on the hook for the public infrastructure.
But can you bring those figures, how that would break out when you bring them back with gas?
I can have the drawings. They've been done to show and demonstrate where it would be, the facility. The cost of what SSM is sharing as far as public infrastructure, I think we have that ready. We can put that in front of you as well so you can see that. If we had drawings, other infrastructure costs, you want to see the overall cost as well, what they're putting into the building.
Just where they're sharing it with the county, I mean, that'd be great.
Okay. And there anything else I can think of?
But what you're asking for today is to put this out for bid so that we see the numbers, is that correct, Gary?
That's what we're discussing, yes. We have the plans ready. We have the cost estimate ready for CFS. We know the building's almost ready and the road's almost ready. And so I think that's where we're at right now.
This is the last part of it.
Yes.
Gary, can I just add too?
Please, come in.
Just when you asked about the plans, we can get those for you. We produced the plans. If you remember, we went ahead and did the design of the parking lot because once we decided to extend the road, there made some sense to look at a parking facility that didn't just serve SS7, that it possibly could be shared as there might be future development. So
to the north of that.
to the north.
Right,
So I don't know the space numbers off the top of my head, but we can get those plans in front of you and bring those back to you and show you those numbers.
So if you go to the north of that building, where'd all those laterals run where the sewer lines through there?
I'd have to look at plans.
Was there compaction done on them, Bart?
I can't tell you the laterals were put there.
So if you go put a parking lot on top of soil that's not compacted, you know what happens?
No, I do, yeah.
The parking lot doesn't get to the
I'll bring
laterals.
those forward, let me give you two.
You what, Carl?
The parking lot doesn't get to the laterals.
Oh, it does not?
No, there's that main shaped area up there that was used for fill dirt way back when, probably 30 years ago. When you drive by, you'll see where laterals have been laid. The parking lot doesn't make it that far north, at least with the dirt that's been laid.
That kind of validates my questioning of looking at the prints, what we got there, so I.
All right, so.
Would we be in a position to take a look at them now? Want to take a look at them now, or?
I would prefer next Monday, we have a busy room.
It's good.
Next Monday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much, then.
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
We can get prepared for next week.
Yes. I'm gonna be staying
If you can go out for a bid, I'd talk to you about it, show you they're just busy.
Right.
We're not having anything.
So, you're going to go ahead and put this out for bid?
No, we're gonna wait till next week.
Okay,
Talk
all
about it.
right.
Okay.
Fine.
Do you
I'm not
want
trying to
to-
screw things up, I was just making sure.
No.
Right.
Do you want to, let's see, do you want to come early next week, or?
It is purely at your convenience.
I'm pretty well open the whole morning right now. So
Bart,
9:05.
What time would be good for you next week? Okay. Say, can you be here next week? Good time?
9:30, 10 o'clock.
Will work.
10 o'clock.
Okay, we'll get 10 o'clock.
I'll have all the plans to you right now, or to Angie, so she can share them with you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming here.
Thank you very much. So we've got a room full of visitors. I guess I'll remind everybody of what our policy is. We've got a person on the agenda. If you have any comments other than that, we ask you to, we'll need you to keep your comments till the end of the meeting. If somebody would like to address us, we ask for public comments then. So. Next thing on the agenda is Ron McCoy, A1 Pump and Chat. Is Mr. McCoy here?
Yes.
Appreciate the opportunity to come in and visit with all of you. I've visited in the past with Carl Lee and some of the other, I know I've spoke to one of the commissioners before. We wanted to just provide to you, and all this information is something you can take with you so that if an hour from now or 2 hours from now you have a question about, gee, what did he really say? What I did was simply laid out here for you the exact process that we go through and that we are kind of controlled by the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. One of the first things, before we really get into this, one of the things that I want to say is just so you understand, the material that we're applying is food grade product. It's 97 to 98% straight water. It's 1 to 3% small solids that the food producing companies themselves can't filter out of the water. But that's enough material to make it where it overloads a municipal wastewater system. That's why all across the state, this material is collected and taken out and processed this way. To go through this, like I said, I just want to lay out for you the actual process that we go through. When we identify a piece of property, the first thing we have to do is we submit documents, and usually they're from the FSA. So it gives acreage and maps and all of that kind of stuff. We send that into KDHE. They look at it. They review that information. The next thing, if that looks appropriate to them, number two, the next thing we do is we have to provide soil samples. And they have a very explicit process of how those samples are collected and whatever. We send them off to the Servitech lab. They analyze them for all soil nutrients and that kind of stuff, so that they can then use those numbers to determine whether or not the land needs nutrient or has all that it needs or whatever. Okay? So you get to the third step there. Once KDHE has determined that the site is acceptable, not too much slope, and all that kind of stuff, then we send the samples of the material that we want to apply. Those all get sampled. They get analyzed, and specifically for nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, all the nutrient kind of values, just like you would any other fertilizer. Once those samples have been reviewed, then we take all of that information, and KDHE has a very comprehensive computer program. It is called their SWP 906. You plug in the values of nutrient in the soil, you plug in the values of the nutrient in the sample material, it goes through a calculation, and it tells us, and it gives us a print, very specific. And we divide each of the farms up into zones. Okay, so it's not just one, we go out in the middle of 180 acre patch and take a soil sample. We do soil samples from different zones, and then they tell us by zone, you can put this many gallons of material here, this many gallons of material here, and such. It's a very thorough and very comprehensive program. And quite frankly, it changes a little bit from year to year. But they set all this information up, we feed the data in, and then they give us back a print that says here's the guidelines. Okay, number 6, once the land's approved, soil samples are checked, the application rate is calculated and provided to us by KDHE, then we begin to prep the ground. Typically, preparation of the ground, and I make no comments about anybody's agricultural methods, but when we went out to sample the last farm that we bought, my operations manager goes about 400 pounds. And we had a soil probe, it's that 1-inch deal about this long, and you step on it. Well, we managed to get it in the ground about 3 inches before we're into the hard pan. This ground's hard as concrete. So in order to prepare everything, we typically go in there, we'll disc everything, get the vegetation turned under, then we go in there with a chisel to open the ground up so that the ground will actually hold the moisture. When you pour water on concrete, it all runs off. Doesn't do anybody any good. So like I said, number 6, we know the amount of product that we're allowed to put out. This includes all of the setback requirements, setback from property boundaries, setbacks from houses, setback from waterways. The fact is, on most of the farm locations, if the farm is 80 acres, by the time you get all the setbacks and all of the other things in there, we're actually only allowed to fertilize about half that ground. The rest of it, as you'll see in some of the pictures, we plant crops in the border areas to make, just additional, I guess I would say additional protection to make sure that nothing runs or gets away. On number 7, once the setbacks are in place and we begin to work the ground, we always disc it first and we run the chisel through it. This allows us to inject the material about 6 inches deep. We don't do surface application. So then in addition, by injecting the material, then after we get done with that, we go back across it and go over it again with another piece of tillage equipment, either a disc or a chisel again, to make sure that all the material is covered. It's in the ground. The other significant requirement that we have is we have to plant a crop on this ground every year. So it's no different than any other farm ground. You got a crop growing on it 6-7 months a year, and then you got the other 5-6 months that you can do to prep the ground, do whatever work you're going to do, plant a cover crop, whatever it is that you're doing to try and make your ground suitable for the next crop year. And finally, the last thing that we're not required to do, but we always do, is we provide storage tanks at our farm locations. And we do that not to just store this material all the time, but we do this so that when weather is an issue, the material goes in the tank and then down the road it gets applied. Today would be a perfect example. Any material that went to a farm today went into a storage tank because it got rain last night. We are doing everything possible to make absolutely sure that what we do is done, one, absolutely within all the regulations that are set out for us. And the other thing is, we probably get more visits from Carl or the Department of Health or the KDHA people than anybody you can imagine. The simple fact is, this is food grade material. It doesn't have PFAS chemicals in it. It's not septic material. It's not manure. It's not chemicals. Like I said, it's about 97-98% straight water with 1-3% minute meat scraps is what it really boils down to. And I think it was just one of those, we wanted to have the opportunity to come in here, visit with you, and kind of explain to each of you individually exactly what it is that we're doing, that we are following the rules that have been laid out for everybody. And I would tell you, or I guess I would say or remind you, is that I know for a fact in this county we apply cow manure, we apply hog manure, we apply chicken manure that comes out of Arkansas. There are all types of organic fertilizers that are used, partially because of the cost or the benefit of the cost, and secondly because honestly it's good for the ground. You're incorporating some water, some organic material, rather than just spraying chemicals everywhere. The other part of this, or the other thing that I guess I really want to clear up, is that yes, A1 Pump and Jet picks up this material, but Coal Creek Farms is the owner and operator of all of our farmland. We simply buy the material from A1 and contract them to put it on, just like you would contract a co-op to come out and put fertilizer on for you any other time. Gentlemen, that is about as simple and basic as I can explain it for you. I guess I would say There are pictures there, those pictures were taken last, I'm sorry? Those are pictures of the Hodges, farm at 21st and Iris, 24th and Iris.
How often does KDHE come see you guys?
They come see us, I would say at least a couple times a year. Honestly, over the last 60 days, I think they've been at our farms probably 3 or 4 times. And the other thing I'm going to tell you is, gentlemen, we have never received a single notice or letter or anything from KDHE that we have violated any process, that they have observed any runoff anywhere or anything else. We have never received notification from them that we have not followed the rules.
How often do you test your materials?
The material that's applied?
Yes.
Typically about twice a year. I think we're required to test it once a year, but we typically test it about twice a year.
And then you just test for nutrients, or do you test for heavy metals or chemicals?
Oh no, we're now required to test for heavy metals, chemicals, all that stuff. And that started really, I think about 2 years ago. But yeah, that process, when we send those samples in, Servitech can do the basic analysis for fertilizer or whatever, but then the rest of that material gets sent off to, I think, Pace Labs in Kansas City, and we test for an absolute laundry list of every kind of, it's like every kind of toxic material you can imagine. Metals, chemicals, and all that stuff. One thing that we know that's going to get added next year that had never been part of the process was testing for ammonia. You know, I always thought guys used ammonia as fertilizer, but it was never part of this is just one of the things that as the testing evolves, they tell us what we need to do, and we do it.
So typically on your NPK, say for instance, what does that come back? I mean, does that come back per ton of product, or?
They will give it to us one of 2 ways. Either pounds, it comes back either as a percentage, or it'll come back and say pounds per acre, okay. Whether it's a dry material or liquid. But that information is all provided to KDHE, and that all gets put into their calculation, that computer model they have that says, give us all your data, and then we'll tell you what you can do.
So when KDHE issued you a permit to do this application, were there any conditions that was implied on it? Special use conditions or tonnage amounts or?
There is absolutely specific information regarding the number of gallons that can be applied by zone. Okay. As far as any other permits or special use or anything like that, we get a letter once a year. Our permits renew at the end of October. We start now collecting soil samples and sending all this stuff in, and once a year.
Your permits renew every October?
Our permits renew every October. That is correct.
So you'd had all the permits filled out, the SWP 905 and 906s were filled out on all these farms?
Oh, absolutely. Nothing gets done without all this data going into their system and all of those reports being generated, because that's what they give us that says, here are the numbers, now you may proceed.
So when you go to a facility to pick this content up, does that facility Is this to the point where you guys are giving MSDS sheets as far as what you're transporting?
No, it does not, it is not hazardous, it does not require MSDS, it is food grade material.
No
Period.
placards on your trucks?
No. Does not require placards, and trust me, we've been looked at by the DOT, the Kansas Highway Patrol, they know our trucks, you know.
Okay.
No, there are no placards, no hazmat, no chemicals,
Do you subcontract, and you're hauling out to any other businesses?
on an occasion, we will have, somebody else transport something for us. But it's still the same material, picked up at the same location, same testing. If we have, you know, but normally, no, we don't. But yes, we have, used out subcontracted trucks.
Is Coffee County the only one you're currently using? Do you have other counties that you lease land in, or?
We own and lease property in Osage County. We had originally, had some property in Lyon County. In fact, we used property, no, we did that when we started. And we've been doing this for 12 years. So Lyon County, Coffee County, Osage County, Finney County in western Kansas. We have a branch out there that works with one of the big facilities out west.
So those are all active injection sites that you're currently using?
Finney County is not an injection site. It's a different process out there, different application, but yes, the rest of those are all injection sites.
You said Osage, Lyon, and Coffee?
Yes. We are not currently actively doing anything in Lyon County.
So just Osage and Coffee?
Yes. And quite frankly, we've been looking at some land down in Greenwood County, which honestly is pretty remote. But to be real candid, all the processes and all this stuff that's been going on over the last 60 or 90 days is making approval process take much longer.
So in Coffee County, can you give an approximate amount of acreage that you guys are actually utilizing for your services?
170 acres?
And that's with both sites here in the county?
Yes.
Are you actively seeking more acreage in the county?
We're actively seeking more acreage in general. And the reason behind that is that we believe, just based on best estimation of the way things are going in our business, we anticipate that the state will probably reduce the amount of material allowed to be applied per acre. But the simple fact is, every food producing plant in this state, literally almost in the country, but I can speak only for this state, every food producing plant in this state has the same issue. The need for the service is not going to go away. So yes, whether it's in Osage County, Lyon County, Coffee County, Greenwood County, yes, we are looking to add additional land probably over the coming years.
You mentioned food product from Kansas, but aren't you hauling in from Missouri and Arkansas?
Yes.
What are their rules and why are you bringing it here?
The reason it's coming here, quite frankly, there was a large player in this industry, and I'm not going to name names. There was a large player that conducted things very poorly in Missouri. And in Missouri a year ago, they literally allowed to just take this material, open the valve on the back of the truck, and let it spew out across the ground. And that's how they did it. And finally the legislature in Missouri said that we don't think that's a good idea. So they stopped that process. The Department of Health and Environment in Missouri contacted the Department of Health and Environment in Kansas, who contacted us and said, can you help these people? Well, based on the information they had given us, we had the capacity. We've never gotten anywhere close to applying the amount of product that KDHE's formula tells us that we could. And quite frankly, that's the reason that over the last year or two that we leased the McNabb property and purchased the Hodges property, was we on our own voluntarily were looking to add more ground, spread this out, give the ground time so that we could kind of move around, so that nothing got too concentrated. That is exactly the reason that we were taking material from Oklahoma, or not Oklahoma, but from Missouri and Arkansas. We were contacted by the KDHE and said, can you help them do this?
So the state of Kansas has promoted this, is what you're saying?
I'm telling you, I have a letter from KDHE that says, hey, can you help these people? They've reached out to us. We were invited last year to participate in a pilot project for land application of beneficial material on grassland. Pilot project. We were invited because we do a good job with what we do. We haven't started that yet, but ironically, the company that got thrown out of Arkansas and Missouri is in Kansas doing grassland application now. State says, yeah, that's fine. So it's ironic how we, as probably one of the smaller companies that do this work, get this amazing scrutiny, but yet the big players just tend to roll on willy-nilly.
So I don't know if you're aware, but has the state of Missouri amended their regulations on this being utilized in their state, or did they just decide to extend it to Kansas?
I don't know. I do not know specifically what the state of Missouri has done as far as their requirements. But what I did say earlier, and what I see happening, is that every state around us and Kansas are all reducing the, I don't know if I want to say the scope of their service, but they are ratcheting down and making it more and more restrictive all the time.
Why is that?
Well, I would say, first of all, one, unfortunately, every now and then you have a bad player. Okay? I've known of several. Some of them are still in business, some of them aren't. Some of them are giant companies, some of them are small companies. But I think on the one hand, all of the legislative groups are trying to look out for the public, at the same time balance the need that the industrial processes in their states or whatever have. You know, it would be nice to just come out and say, can't have any of this anywhere. And you'd shut down 2/3 of the food production because the municipalities are not capable of dealing with this material. So it's always a balance between the need for the service and making the service, I don't know if I want to say as palatable or as user-friendly as it can be. I mean, the legislature tweaks the laws every year.
So these byproducts that you put in the ground, have they ever been defined by the state of Kansas as agriculture?
This is specifically.
Has it been deemed fertilizer? Has it been deemed?
Okay, you're starting to get into technical stuff, and all I can tell you is
We are following the rules that the Kansas Department of Health and Environment sets out specifically. I do not know, and maybe your lawyer can advise you, I do not know what the state has designated them or anything else. What I do know is that they are generally classified as the same type of organic material as cow, hog, chicken manure, and all of those things. You know,
I'm curious, like, when you bring your tankers in, how many gallon roughly, or how many tons, gallons are each?
a tanker is about 6,000 gallons.
6,000 gallons. Is there not a concern for oversaturation on everything? And I'm just asking, okay?
Well, yeah, but to give you an example, or in terms of rough numbers, okay, putting a 1/4 inch of moisture on an acre of ground takes like 25,000 gallons. Okay, you guys farmed around here, you know how long a quarter inch of water, how far that goes? Doesn't even fill the cracks in the ground in Kansas in June, July, and August. So we've never had regulations before stating or giving guidance as far as when or how much a month or these different kinds of things. The rules have always been generally governed by setbacks and those kinds of things. Okay. What I'm saying is that over the last 90 days, aside from an 8-inch rain we got 1st of June, and by the way, we weren't even doing business at the Iris Road location at that time. But other than that, when you're putting on a 1/4 inch of moisture or less, that's evaporating as fast as you can put it on. It's not going anywhere. So, like I said, to answer you some of your questions, I cannot tell you what the state has done or what they have labeled or not labeled or what they call any of this particular stuff. What I do know is the Kansas Department of Health and Environment has been the absolute controlling entity of this since inception. I don't know how far this goes back, but I'm guessing way longer than we've been involved in it. And it's their responsibility to look at and set these guidelines.
Let me get you correct on this. I witnessed this on one of the sites.
Okay.
They were slugging around in the mud in a 4-wheel drive tractor. And you're saying that what they put on there evaporates?
In August, yes. In March or April, maybe not, but it doesn't run off because it's chiseled into the ground so that it doesn't go anywhere.
Okay. And then you're saying KDHE's, their regulations and everything, basically it's KDHE's fault that the people around that area are having to deal with the wretched smell.
What I'm saying is that I follow the rules and regulations that I was given to work by, and in reference to your terminology of wretched smell, I've lived in this area too, and living next to somebody's cattle lot might be what I would call a wretched smell as well. And unlike what we do, those cow lots, they're not regulated. You can look at them all around our facility, and the water runs right through the cow lot, right into the creek.
Sir, you don't have to reach your voice with that.
I got that, but like I said, I get that. I'm just saying it seems a little unfair that we work in with the same type of organic material that all the rest of the farmers around us do, but yet we are getting all of this
you know, all these rocks thrown at us. The agriculture, the farmer, the cows support our economy and our people, but so does the plants that we work with. So, like I said, I just find it inconsistent that we're under a microscope. And I guess my question would be,
I'm curious, are you aware of any kind of new process being studied to handle this waste another way? I mean, is there anything out there that's trying to be developed to handle it another way that you're aware of?
Sure. We have invested personally ourselves over $250,000 in that technology. And it seems to be producing pretty promising results. But it's not there yet. You know, it's like the battery powered cars. Okay? Might be a promising technology, but it isn't 100% proven out yet.
But something else is being studied. I mean,
Absolutely.
Some kind of refining technology?
yeah.
It's a filtration process, and that's exact.
Say that again.
It is a filtration process. And what we have is equipment that allows us to take this material, run it through a filtration system, and it produces about a 99.3% clean water. And then the solids are then taken to a composter.
As a dry product.
Yes.
What, I was out there the other night, and it looked like dry buggy going up and down the field. What was that? At the Hodge place. Looked like a monstrous manure spreader.
We have one customer that has an intermittent problem with their centrifuge that treats their material. We had 2 loads of material that was too wet to be slurry. It was taken out there. We talked to KDHE about it. It was spread with a manure spreader. That stuff will now be brought straight to the composter because the composters agreed that they can take that material.
You guys have the composter?
No, it's a composter and, oh no, it's a composter that does business down there based down in Wichita.
So this isn't something that's going to be common?
No, that was a one-off deal. Yep. That spreader is not even any longer, shouldn't be at the field anymore.
Anybody else have anything else you'd like to ask?
You think this has any effect on the adjoining property values around where you guys are putting this down?
I would say there are several things that have an impact on the property values around us, and it's not what we're doing.
So you're saying what you're doing does not affect the property values surrounding your application sites?
Actually, what I'm saying is that what we're doing is increasing the value of the land that we're working on because it's producing better crops than it did before we were ever involved.
All right, thank you for your answer.
Okay. Thank you for your time. I apologize for raising my voice, but
Thank you.
thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Art Friend, brief statement.
Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
Beautifully muddy Monday morning this morning, sir.
Isn't bad for August, huh?
Yes, nice and cool, no 95-degree weather, 30-mile-an-hour winds, 105 heat index. So, I feel like we've presented our concerns pretty well in the past, so I'll make this quick. We as citizens of Coffee County would like to thank the commissioners and the other county officials for their help addressing our documented nuisance complaints regarding the disposal of industrial waste at dump sites located in Coffee County. I'd also like to thank State Representative Brad Barrett, who's in attendance today, who is, for all of his help on the legislative side of this situation. This issue is affecting our lives and livelihoods, as well as our ability to enjoy our homes and our properties. The term beneficial gets thrown around a lot by those disposing of this waste and the state agency in charge of oversight. But this is also the same state agency that is failing miserably to enforce their own regulations on this matter. I'd like to ask each one of you, who is this beneficial to? None of this waste being dumped is produced in Coffee County, and a good share of it comes from other states that apparently don't want it dumped in their own state. This is 100% out-of-county waste. So again, help me understand who this is beneficial to, besides those profiting off the disposal and lax oversight involving this waste. It is clearly not the people of Coffee County. And one thing I would like to address, I guess, as well, ultimately it is KDHE that's responsible for this, and their regulations do need to be addressed and changed on this. Hopefully that is working. Hopefully the legislative side is working towards that. Hopefully KDHE is working towards that. But in the meantime, this is still an ongoing issue that we believe needs to be addressed as neighbors, as and the citizens of the county. And so I guess ultimately KDHE needs to be made aware and pressured into doing something about this. But that doesn't change the fact that those surrounding these sites are dealing with a severe nuisance. And we'd like to thank you again for your continued support in this matter. Are there any questions or comments? Do you guys have anything you guys like to say? Alvin?
Well, I don't believe you want to believe everything he says. He said they don't do this. The dry, I've got pictures of them spreading it on top of the ground. It smells horrible. And there again, he was calling it permits. They're not permits, they're an authorization. And I think at the end of his authorization, it says, if this becomes a public nuisance, operations will have to cease. And the smell from that is definitely a public nuisance.
Yeah, and like Elvis said, they issue an approval letter. It's not a permit, it's just an approval letter annually. And on that approval letter, it does specifically state that if it does become a public nuisance, that operations may have to cease.
I will say, my girls are 9 and 6. On 4 occasions now, the smell's been so bad, they can't play outside. When they come inside, because they don't want to play outside, because it smells so bad. On their application, it says there are any wells within a half mile outside, and it says no. Friends have one, I have one. It's all I have. I don't have real water. It's $34,000 for real water in my house if something gets into my well.
We feel like this needs to be addressed presently and not after the fact, not after there's already concerns or documented concerns of pollution. And
If you like, I've got some pictures of the runoff yesterday. He said there's no runoff. I've got the pictures, time and date stamped. Also got the pictures where he said he wasn't applying in June 11th. Got a picture of him out there doing it.
you know, the KDHE, they may have the 905 and 906 forms completed now, but previously they did not for the Hodges location, the 24th and Iris location. Let's start over here. This is from a core request from KDHE. The question was, can or will KDHE approve disposal of industrial waste as part of the beneficial use land application program without reviewing the form SWP 905 and the corresponding SWP 906 for a proposed site? The response from KDHE was, normally, KDHE issues approval letters only with SWP 905s and 906s approved. There is another procedure, which I call the checkbook method, that doesn't use 905s or 906s due to historical precedence and performance. So, when the Hodges site was first started, there was, is my understanding, there was no SWP 906 on file for that location. I guess anybody else have other questions, comments? I think that's all I have. Thank you again for your continued support in this matter.
Thank you all for having an orderly meeting. Thank you. So, go ahead and sign the rest of our paperwork. Do a round table in a little bit. If anybody else had any comments, in my opinion, we take those now. I said at the end of the meeting, but we're at the end of our agenda, so am I okay with that, guys?
Yeah.
Anybody got any more comments for us? Don't want to make you sit here for another hour.
Well, can I ask one question? You talked about KDHE and contacting you to bring in materials from, say, Missouri and Arkansas. Who was that contacted you about that?
Actually, that email came from Emery Weed.
Emery? Mm-hmm. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Howard.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, guys.
Let's see that.
What is his nickname? His nickname.
You're right. I just figured.
Just throw them down there.
I'm trying to keep them.
Story.
From skipping.
Sorry, Steve, I need to smile.
No, you just kind of seem like you're today, like you're worried about it. Okay.
Some more paperwork. No, still have to sign on that.
Oh, this is our new.
This is our new, balance for,
Good, I was wondering about that, 'cause
Like I said. Thanks, Rob. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Take care.
Okay.
We're good.
Keep going.
I did. I just.
My small file.
Mark, and Baptist table here a few times. So you seem to be kind of agitated a few times.
And you quit handing them out. It's all right, you're supposed to quit.
Yeah.
That's all we have to say?
Tell me if Angie comes up with something else.
I do have a motion.
Oh, really?
I'm just gonna get it here. Show you the previous one, if you wanna do the same.
So, we have a bill here for the, just a copy of the bill for the water study.
Okay.
For,
Mythical water stuff.
right. For their work.
What was the answer this morning? We're waiting on one other entity to complete it.
Oh, yes, instead of just giving this one.
Waiting on one other entity to sign this.
I forgot, how much was that one, 40,000?
40,100.
Yeah.
and so that it was running off and running down to being the coast. Yeah. For instance, it's gonna run off.
Oh, background. Yeah.
Those big black things.
That might be right. We're on, well, no distance now.
They didn't see one of them here, did
Okay, they're on Sea Road.
they? Yeah.
It's 20% complete.
I know this has been, this water study's been talked about so many times, I don't want to confuse anything. I thought at one point in time that Tulsa 12 was Canadian, but I don't remember.
I thought World War III was
Well, I thought 3 would be made here as well.
I was thinking was an engineer in World War III, I thought.
And if I remember right, whatever the total cost was, the county had agreed to make up the difference, but that's better.
I remember being talked about that one time, doing the water study, but I thought it wasn't even near that. Did you see that?
What's that?
So Midwest Engineers, I know they represent 12. That, because I was at a meeting where Midwest Engineers got done.
Is Carl be able to answer that?
He probably would.
Carl?
Yeah.
Is Carl still out there? I can't remember, but it's 12, I think is,
You want me to call?
yeah, would you please?
Well,
Because Carl's been involved in this from the get-go.
Yeah, that'd be a good
I mean, that would be, he could refresh memories and update everybody. Because this happened more than 2 days ago, or I lose.
I didn't do that, it just started.
That's too different.
Friday for lunch,
Well,
we
there should be a
did
motion.
later over. So we were sitting at the table,
So we can ask
and there was
you to
a
go
cook
back
sitting there,
and devise a motion.
and that cook just took off.
But it is.
We had both of these, and of course, we all sensitive,
There's two
like,
different
you know,
ones, so we're 155 and 160.
all the way across the table, because District 12 was absolutely weird, like,
I can't remember, I can't remember.
I don't remember either.
But Carl,
Find him, he's got his.
Probably said, I'm done.
yeah. Everybody call him.
I'm sending them a message.
Everybody's calling.
We can make.
Where'd you find him?
In a meeting.
That's the main thing, it's not on I-35 or 435 or.
They had it sort of on board, that there was like the path of it.
Nobody knows.
Yeah. I think they had it labeled as a tropical storm this morning.
How are you, sir?
It's forecast to be the first hurricane.
How are you?
Brad.
Thank you. Here, Carl. Look at this, maybe explain this a little better. Going through these, there's this total fee on here that reads $117,000. Is that a typo? Because we're paying $11,700. Are we? To me, well. And it's on 3 papers there. Is that what we've done for this water study?
Who? Carl, we couldn't remember. I couldn't remember how the water study, it's 12, right? I mean, it's.
Okay, the water study, I'm still thinking water and then industrial.
No.
So,
This is on the water. Is that right?
Yes.
It's on the water study.
the total fee that I remembered that was in the contract in which you signed was 117. Give or take some change in there.
That was on the county.
Without looking at the contract, I don't have it right in front of me, but 117 is right.
Okay.
Now, see, that was for PEC, to look at Coffee County
As a
RWD
whole.
3. Yeah. Yes, north of town. And then, Midwest for the water plant, Public Wholesale 12. And those are the two big entities that they was gonna look at. And when we had the phone call, Jenny and I with them, we talked about what is there now and what could be, what we need to project it for when we go into the future.
Right, for the county as a whole.
Right, because we have no data to, for the sake of the, if I was to throw something out, we don't know if we go to build something up there on the land, we don't know if they start pulling water off of those mains up there, how it'll affect Waverly or Levo.
Can we get a summary for next week's meeting about this water study, all the players in it, what it's supposed to do?
Because it's more than one player, is it not?
Right, it's Public Wholesale 12.
And the county's responsibility, just something that we can have in writing,
Right.
so we're all.
So I was grab somebody on the water board at Public Wholesale 12. And there was some confusion on how to be paid.
That's right, because, and then I think it was
Well, that's
I
why
think it was determined that it had to be done no matter.
that's what I'm saying, if you can do a summary and explain all that,
Yeah, I'll
so
have
we're all on
somebody
the
finish
same
with it.
page.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll get with you. But basically what it was is PEC was gonna work with Coffee RWD3 because they're the ones
Right.
that cover a large percentage of that area. And then Public Safety 12, which would be Midwest Engineering, working with them on what they produce and push out of the plant, and what they have in storage and what they push to the other entities. And then, to give you an example, like we don't know what can happen at the airport. So PEC is supposed to be looking into what happens at the airport, how much water we got, and then how much could we deliver if we push the system. Because we don't want to know, we want to know if we push the system, how much can they deliver.
So I guess my question was, when I went to the meeting when you guys put the referendum on the solar project, you brought up that night to do a water study for the comprehensive, and you had part of it. Is that?
No, that's right, because the water study was already being done.
Okay.
And that took it out of the equation on the comprehensive plan,
Okay.
because otherwise it was going to be a double up. See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
it was going to be,
Okay.
it was already in place.
So that would make sense if it's 117, then I was thinking from then forward.
No. This would
That's
have
what
been,
he's supposed to provide us now.
right, because the reason for the water study was because of TEM or the chips. I mean, that's just for the amount of water.
It was,
I think the reason the water study started to come from the planning board, it was for fire protection.
Way back in the beginning.
And it may have been.
I remember sending the planning board.
Because it's been kicked down the road, if I understood it right, and then all of a sudden we're saying, hey, we're moving 5 million or whatever.
More things were piggybacked on it.
Right.
And part of it is to see what we have now, because to see what we need to expand and do into the future, because we have no idea what the perfect example is the airport.
Right. And you're right, Todd, it was brought up that night, but it was already in the process of being done, so it didn't need to be included in the comprehensive plan. I think I'm.
See, I wasn't privy to the other part.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, oh.
No. I think.
This is information towards the comprehensive plan.
Yes.
Right,
That's the way to
but
look at it.
it'll be used in the comprehensive plan,
Right.
but we're not paying for it again. It's already being done.
Because like those big water mains that goes down 50 to each of the towns going east and west, you know, if we put something even little up there, how's it gonna affect that water main? How would it affect either one of the towns?
Right, because I think the worry was that if chips came in, we needed to be assured that we had enough water to take care of that, plus any expansion of
Residential.
population.
Yes, and part of it was also, if it goes back to, I've always tried to keep fire into it, because the original impetus, Mike's right, way back was to do it for a fire study, and this, plus payback would be the ISO rating, did I get it right?
No, you're right. You're right.
And what that does is allow us to look at that also, that was supposed to have been part of it.
Well, this water study, this has been brought up to me in the last month and a half, that there's some people in the southern part of the county that can't get on the water line because they're at max capacity.
I'm waiting on an answer from Saban on that.
Okay. But
They're currently looking at everything north of, looking at everything north of.
So everything south would be separate.
It's gonna be a separate study.
Right.
Unless, I don't think there's anything written in the contract.
And I can't remember that.
because that would, you know,
Yeah, that'd be.
Because if we're
This
gonna
is
do,
before you go south. You got it on tail end of it.
if we're doing the entire county, it should include the entire county.
Yes, yes. I'm not gonna go on a tangent.
I know.
Yeah.
I can start waving Mars.
well,
You guys
I mean,
have
that-
pretty good meetings.
And I mentioned this before, Dale John and I had a conversation, he's been in rural water forever,
Mhm.
down in the southern part of the county. He said at one point it was proposed to have a 20-inch line from Melbourne all the way to the Woodson County line,
I never heard that one.
you know, and that's, you know, what I would like to see, something like that happen. You
See,
know,
we
to
was
try to
also-
set us up for the next 100 years.
Yes, so we'd be in full agreement with that, but how he was looking at the current water study, and what he's looking at is to know exactly what we got now. And as we go 5 or 10 years into the future, if the land deal goes through, we know we're gonna have to expand, but for this next 5 years, how much is this little 8 or 10-inch line's gonna be able to handle?
Right.
that go each direction to lead that way.
Yeah, that's my only thought is, we could get bigger line at least to that point.
Well, but we don't know what Burlington can do.
Well, there's
We
only
don't-
so much water comes down in the ocean.
No, I know, but
That's
they-
been my argument the whole time, and it's limited.
Well,
And they've
it's-
got water north, you know.
We need.
You know more about that than I do.
Well, we need them in the circles, all I'm gonna say.
So
Yeah.
we're dealing with two entities for water, Melbourne and then the ocean.
Right.
And you're thinking that maybe pull more water out of the ocean for the
There's a
southern
little
part of
bit
it?
that can be. I'm not gonna tell you it's
Well, yeah,
extraordinary.
I understand on that.
My big goal
The
though
point of
is,
it being is if we have anything in water main, then the main needs to be bigger, so Burlington could push that remaining little bit out to the southern part. And if we look at that vision, coming all the way down, then it's a comprehensive plan to start coming up. Does that
I
make sense?
understand, but I mean, my thought process is though that if we don't make those plans now, then we take part of Burlington's water. Well, then what are we gonna do 50 years down the road if we do have more expansion in this part of the county? That water's already spoken.
No, it's just why I'm saying that the evaluation of mains need to be done.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
but my understanding was is that Burlington had the facility to produce, but they didn't have the supply to do it with.
I don't know if they're upgrades, but they got some upgrades they can do to produce some more water to use the availability left in their water marketing contract.
Right.
Not contract rights, water rights.
Right.
I gotta remember the different terminology.
Has there been any kicking around to find water out of Vertigus?
Nothing I'm aware of. I don't know how that,
Or pipeline wise?
I don't know. I truthfully don't know. The water office always, when we had conversations, always wanted us to look at the Meridazine
Right.
because of it's a very known quantity. And we have
Correct.
two choices out of the Meridazine. We can, depending on where we would put the building intake or where an intake would be, you could get off of the river and then secure water marketing, not water marketing, water rights. And then we can also get water off of the lake, which is water marketing. So, I mean, there's a choice there. And I don't know what's spoken for in water.
Thanks, Carl.
No, you're fine.
No, I'm not pointing the finger at you, I'm just
Well, no,
telling you
no, but you're-
what
it's
my
another-
insight is for the future. And,
No, that's all part of that, going
Yeah,
forward with the comprehensive plan. No offense taken. I mean,
Yeah.
It does need to be looked at for the future.
Yeah, I
We're in
mean,
the middle of all this water stuff.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, like for, you know, 'cause the other big water plant, I think, below us is maybe Fredonia. That's one big public wholesale districts down there.
Beyond the Vertigus, wouldn't it?
Or the
And-
fall.
But yeah, but then if we were to pull out the Vertigus, that'd be the only thing that would be till, what is it?
I don't know what's available.
Toronto.
Yeah.
And then there's the reservoir there.
But the Kansas Water Office always, with the Meridazine base, you mean lake plus, it's just always, I'm the one mixing it up. It's a water marketing contract that comes out of the lake. It's water rights that comes out of the lake.
We don't have access to this water.
Yeah. But when he's talking about the,
Thank you.
the AI centers, you know, that's something that happened in Ottawa or up the river, which is somebody that's right on the Meridazine River, pulls your water right out of the Meridazine River. So.
Thanks, Carl.
Thank you.
You answered it. That's fine.
Thanks
Is
for
that it?
solving all the world's problems.
Quit creating them, Mike.
What did you say? Quick
creating?
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Boy,
if it was
you-
Mike wouldn't have to create them, we wouldn't have these problems, would you?
They ain't over.
That's pretty good.
So we're ready for this motion, everybody thinks then?
Oh, yeah, there is a motion.
So, motion to approve the terms and conditions presented by CFS for professional engineering services in the amount of $40,100 for a countywide water supply study and service master plan to assist in future decisions related to economic development. Funds to come from the Community Improvement Reserve Fund.
That's more of an invoice, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what I'm
We
wondering.
didn't need
if
to
it's-
sign.
So I think we need to modify,
Yeah, that's,
let's do invoice.
that's
And,
So that's on top of what was approved previously?
yeah, that approved previously was,
already paid, right?
yeah, the 38,500.
Yeah.
Because we paid them, I think she said last October.
At the bottom of each one of those, Angie's, I think there's a pay date on them, handwritten.
Say what now?
If you look at those back ones, there's handwritten, I think, some pay dates. And then they have different dates at the top. This is top.
Yeah, that's right. So the only one we're looking at paying is this top one. Yep.
Those county lines, so does that entail the whole county there?
Yeah.
I mean, that from north to south, correct?
So maybe it's there, and we just haven't got the information yet.
I think, I know when we requested it for the fire study, the primary concern was the south end of town, or the county.
But I think when this was talked about, that it was for a county-wide water study, and that's what this,
That's why I was hoping Carl could do a summary and put that all in a neat little package so we all are on the same page. Sagan will be back next week, maybe he can.
Yeah, let's just.
Bring the
Okay.
water study with you?
Yeah, you might mention that to him.
I will.
Bring
The
the water
completed
study.
one, the one that we paid for.
Yep, we'll just hold it. I'll let him know, we'll get it.
So nobody's made the motion yet,
Right.
so we want to just not do that this week then? That's suitable to everybody?
that's fine. I mean, I just want to know if it was county, I don't have a problem with the amount. I mean, that's part of it,
Let's find out.
but we need to find out if,
Yeah.
Find out.
Okay. Are we ready for round table? Mr. Booth?
An overarching, maybe a 40,000 foot update on the Vito Junction CID. So as you know, trying to work with PA behind the scenes and at least see if they're interested in some suggested improvements to that particular area. Myself and Commissioner Abendroth and Jenny Tappan went up there 3 weeks, a month ago now, it all runs together. Identified some areas, they had a worker walk out, and we asked what the high priority areas were. The asphalt leading into the fuel pumps and going around the building, that's where the focus was. I wrote on a map, I took it to Coffee County GIS. I had put together some proposed dimensions, although they're not entirely accurate, they're close enough to at least then send over to council from Kutak Rock, who's in contact with corporate counsel for TA. At the same time, I sent those same dimensions to Road and Bridge to see if Ryan and Kenny Romey could put together an estimate, because they do that normally to try to anticipate what they need for their asphalt projects. They did so. Their estimate for all of what was identified on the TA property was in the neighborhood of $430,000. That's well in excess of what's in that CID fund. So I had identified what I felt like were the high priority areas riding into the fuel pumps, which was the main one identified by the worker the day we went out there. And that's a 65 by 60 dimension area, and then a bigger one going around the backside on the northeast side of the building. was identified as another area. In that area, my understanding is they bring in the Home Depot bag and patch and they'll fill it in. That obviously is not going to do it. So those two areas were identified somewhere in the neighborhood of $190,000, if I remember right. So originally, what was thrown out was a figure that the county could help contribute through the CID money of between $80,000 and $100,000. That number, I'd recommend, and I had a conversation with Kutak Rock, who was having a meeting either this morning or this afternoon, I think it was this morning, with TA's, local council, and corporate council to discuss the maps, the numbers, the estimates that I just referenced. And I indicated that I'd have to bring it before the board for the board's approval, but with those numbers, the county possibly contributing up to $120,000 or $25,000, considering that TA would match the rest. As you will recall, something has to be done on that property. That's my high priority to get it done under the agreement.
When was the agreement date that it needed to be done by?
12/31. So I'm pushing pretty hard and trying to work that behind the scenes, but obviously, as I say to a lot of people on the outside of this room and on the inside, I'm not a decision maker, but I had to throw something out so they could take it to corporate counsel for TA. So I'm coming before you and asking for your input and feedback, and I hope the number that I threw out was within line and within reason of what you would.
That sounds feasible.
So,
And I think we need to really hit this fall over, because fall is approaching.
He's gonna be here.
They're not gonna be able to wait.
Getting somebody scheduled to do it.
Yeah. So I know Ryan had indicated to me he checked with Kilo because the numbers they kind of blew me out of the water, but because of the heavy loads, you have to have the 12-inch, and you can cut it down, but that's not what's recommended. So to do it right, and then the idea would be, and what I relayed to Kutak Rock, Bridget, with Kutak Rock is the county is not going to be doing the project, which is sort of something that maybe was some misinformation. It's not a county project. The county doesn't own the property. The county doesn't need to be a part of that. But TA can contract out as long as there's a legitimate bid for the work. Then the county would either contribute or reimburse up to that amount. And I think that would be in accordance with what the CID Act allows and requires, because it has to be for an improvement within that area.
Does the job have to be done by the 31st, or can it be in progress? I mean,
I need to go back, and I'm not sure if there's language that indicates it has to be completed. I think but it probably needs to be well in
progress.
But there's still a window to get it done.
Right.
That's why we're pushing pretty hard, but getting corporate counsel in Massachusetts.
That's right, from the corporate, and we've tried to do some things, and it just drags on along.
They're terrible.
Go along as much as we can.
Since we went out, sent the pictures, and we actually had someone at the local level involved to go up their food chain, that the response has actually been a lot quicker. In fact, I didn't even realize they're having this meeting until I spoke with Kutak Rock on Friday. We had been emailing the entire week and previous weeks trying to sort this out. So the estimates, I think, were very helpful, because if we didn't have that, we're throwing darts on the board trying to guess. I think those estimates, although not entirely accurate, they're pretty close. And I meant to print that off, I printed off everything else, and I apologize, but those are the accurate numbers I can tell you, show you the maps.
All zero money, that's good.
Yep.
There's light at the end of that tunnel.
Outside of that, for today, that's a pretty good update. There is a department head meeting today. Tuesdays were the previous department head meetings, and Tuesdays for a number of department heads just did not align with their schedules, so we sort of accommodated Monday afternoons, hopefully after the commission meeting, or Fridays, and the majority have chosen Monday afternoons. Typically they'd be at 2, today it's at 3, so that's what's going to happen there. Those are good meetings to have all the department heads get together and sort of see if there are any issues that are being experienced across the board with departments, kind of to update the departments and department heads on ongoings in the county with different departments, and just have a dialogue and discussion that then we can bring back, if needed, to the board, so that there's a consensus among department heads, and then bring it to the board so there's not a Open Meetings Act violation of any kind where we have the entire board, and it's worked well in the past, so.
Okay.
That's all I have, unless you have anything for me. Oh, I take that back. The only other thing I need direction. Mr. Pinkston indicated he would have a conversation with me to at least talk in general. I don't know if that's what you want to happen. What your guidance and direction to me is regarding his presentation today, if any. Obviously, one of the questions is, does there need to be, how do you come up with a figure for that property if it's going to be sold? And I asked the questions I asked because I didn't know if the house was included in the conversation. If it wasn't, it sounded like he would like the entire parcel, which would capture everything, and the county wouldn't own any of it, if that's the direction we choose to go, or keep moving forward. And I know decisions have to be made regarding that property one way or another. So,
I guess my only concern is if we split that house and keep it, and we don't include it, is there going to be enough room there to put a lagoon if we need to?
I guess my thought is that the house should go with, and then if the existing renter and Gary can come to terms. I guess that's my take on it.
I don't know why we would want to hold on to it if the boundaries were going to come that close to the house. It's going to make it less attractive, and we're not in the housing business.
Throw a red herring over there. If that becomes, you guys know my feeling, if it becomes a data center, and I don't, with one meeting it all come about, the house on the corner, that didn't go with, Goodell's, I'm sorry. Honestly, that if Goodell's were into it, they should make an approach and offer them something where they don't have to be right up against it.
I would agree.
And I would talk to Alan about it. He may not want to, I don't know, but I just think that would be fair, because it's gonna cause kind of a stink one way or the other, so.
But you're right, you're right, Todd. But when the chips.
See, and I'm not privy to what happened there.
I'm just saying, when the chips, Alan didn't want us.
That's what I took it as.
But that has not.
That might change. It should be an option if we could. It's not really us, but yet it'd be.
I would like, I'm just gonna throw it out there, I'd really like us to pursue this with Mr. Pinkston and his group. I guess that's my position.
I would like some, and Gary said he would do that, some information put out to the public, so all of a sudden they're not blindsided by having their data center in the backyard.
I think if it can be done promptly, sooner than later, because I think this is something that, I think this is something that he, and I realize that there needs to be a little time here, but I don't want to see it protracted out. I just think it's something that we can do as commission.
Well, what time frame do you think here?
2 or 3 months.
I think he's shopping right now.
Yeah, I think he's shopping.
I think if it drags out too long, he'll look elsewhere.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'd like to say 30. I'd like to say 30 days, but that's probably not. But I think sooner the better. If it's truly, if we can come to an agreement with them. I'd like to see us proceed, but.
When you threw those out there, I'm gonna throw mine out, letter comprehensive.
Do what?
Our comprehensive plan, be finished. That's what I'm looking at, because he was talking, it's gonna take some time, he does have a contract. I mean, he might have pulled it out of stock and we could have signed it today, but I think that information needs to get out there, and we get feedback.
I'm not sure we need feedback, because you're not gonna satisfy everybody no matter what. I'm just saying, you're always gonna have negative feedbacks on something.
And I'm not gonna argue with you on that, I think you're right on that too. And I think through all of the hearings that I've been on comprehensive stuff, or the comprehensive plan, one of the big kickers that's been thrown out there against us as a commission, there's not enough transparency. If we get those out there, we did it.
But we are transparent just because of YouTube. I mean, we're online right now, and everybody can see what we're talking about. I mean, we're about as transparent, Todd, as when I get a phone call, I'm transparent with my constituents. I mean,
So am I.
I'm just saying, I don't know how much more transparent we can be. And we, as commissioners, we own that property. We should be able to make, that should be good for Coffee County as a whole. It takes us off our plate, and it's still going to be developed.
I see that, but it's taking a whole different turn from chips.
It is.
Yeah.
It is, but it's still pretty good. The way it stands right now, it's not doing anything.
Oh, I know, it's a big old dark rabbit hole.
And quite honestly, I don't think, my perception is that chips isn't going to come here.
Right. Well, okay, there's another, if you listened to the news last week, and I know, well, the Trump administration, he's wanting to slap 100% tariff on chips being imported into the United States. So is this something that's going to affect Dr. Wyatt and what he's trying to do?
I don't know.
My impression from what Kingston said, and maybe I heard it wrong, is he has to have some studies done before he would even get the green light. So is it an option to purchase that he's looking for versus an actual contract that?
I think he's gonna want a contract before he's gonna proceed, but the contract would like give him 3 years. Is the way I took it.
Which is kind of like the option to purchase. And we did that sort of backwards on the Bailey property. There was an option to purchase, and there was one that was set up for 6 months, one that was set up for a year. So during that period of time, and I can get clarification from them, and if that would.
What was that on?
There was the Bluma property was
Oh, you're
one
right,
of them,
right,
and then
on the-
the Bailey property, and originally the Bailey property was only the west side, well, the east side of what ended up being purchased, the west side, including the house, wasn't even part of that. That sort of
aware of that.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that.
that came to light later on down the road because it was originally on each side of 75.
And then the Bluma property was on the east side of the sidewalk.
Right, and that later, if you recall, and I just know because I've been here, that during that time period, that option was sold to somebody else. The agreement, the county's option was then assigned to somebody else, and that was with the approval of that landowner, which the option allowed for. I think, my understanding is, those who own that, they were waiting to see what happened with Chip's, but I don't know.
Which one's that we?
The Luma property.
I think at one time that was one we developed it into house. Yeah, north of the house.
Housing and maybe a hotel.
So, I know a couple weeks ago, there was an individual who went up there to dig test holes for the sewer on it, as far as putting what kind they could put in there. And the intent's there to put houses in there.
At one time, it was, I think originally it was going to like have a hotel and possibly some eateries there. I think that was the individual, and maybe maybe we weren't even on yet.
There was a hotel that was supposed to went in there.
Right.
Bobby was in there.
I think there was a hotel and a residential neighborhood of some sort.
Right.
But I know the people that have bought it, they did intend to put housing in there, and it's kind of where it's at now.
So getting back to Mr. Kingston, how do we determine the value of that property?
Well, that was gonna be my next question, because the whole thing has a value. If you separate it and you take the house out of it, I mean, and what the county paid for that property was, from a price per acre perspective, I think was escalated because the house was included. So the two may have different values. If it doesn't get sold as an industrial property, then, and it goes back to ag, then does it have a completely different value? So all of these things, I would suggest or maybe throw out getting a commercial appraiser from the outside area to come in and appraise it. I don't know, maybe you could look at county GIS and see what it is there. I just don't, I don't know what the right answer is.
The way I understand, we kind of have an offer to get the purchase price back. And maybe that offer would stand. But if we get a commercial appraisal and it's way less than what we've got in it, we're still gonna get what we've got in it.
How many years ago was it that offer made and accepted? When was the Bailey property bought? How many years ago?
21 or
20,
somewhere in that neighborhood. Those contracts should be in the.
And when you say what we have in it, I mean, obviously the purchase price, but does that include CFS, work done by them, and Burns McDonald?
I would hope that might be negotiable to get what we spent.
Well, and part of that work that we had done, money we spent, they would benefit from it too.
And I'm not saying that, that's just my thought. What, if it comes in way below what we're being offered, then have we helped ourselves? Maybe it's necessary. I don't know.
I would think we'd be able to make a decision on what we want for it, even if we had it appraised.
Right.
I don't know what kind of a cost that would be. I wouldn't think it would be huge to get an appraisal on it. It's
I think just knowing the breakdown of the cost that we have in it right now, we could probably make a judgment on our own.
If we knew, and I can't remember what the property was bought for, and I don't know what else we have, I mean, I don't know what other monies we have in there, but I'm afraid an appraisal. I think we need, I don't
We
know what
probably really can't talk, we gotta talk about this here, don't we?
Yeah, well, just the direction moving forward with how you want, I mean, I don't think you have to establish any numbers or figures or anything like that.
No.
What the county pays for it, that's.
Oh, no, that's.
I don't think we need it appraised.
I don't think we need an appraisal. I think we.
Is there any way we can fold, fold and stick in there and kind of get,
Yeah,
Yes,
get an
I've done
idea?
that before.
Yes.
that's what I'm saying, if we get all the total numbers,
We should
what
have-
we paid for it, the money we put into it.
We should have the money because that was designated for that was the chip, that was
Yep.
the chip
Isolated for that.
Right,
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Because originally,
Thank you, Andrew.
we were going to recoup that money from
Right, eventually,
eventually.
Yeah.
from either the state or the grant, the federal grant funds.
Right, right.
It was December of 22. $4,228,171.
Say that again.
$4,228,171. Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, find out what we spent on top of that, and studies and whatever, CFS,
Yeah.
and may or may not.
I had Jessica pull those numbers at one point in time, I had a running total.
What our
because that
cost was.
Yeah, because that's what was being presented on the chip side to show the county had done their lion's share of commitment to show the county was committed to that project, so I know last I knew it was well over $5 million, it's probably 5.5 or somewhere, because you had attorney's fees, engineering fees, there was a consultant who was involved at one point in time, then you had some advertising that was done in the Washington DC area with the TSMC semiconductor. There was I remember seeing somebody sent it to me who worked for the State Department of Kansas semiconductor sign on their dock and just walking in downtown Washington DC.
And we may or may not be able to recoup all of that.
Sure.
You know, but we're, some consideration on that is we're trying to get it developed, we're trying to bring in more tax revenue.
Definitely picture benefits.
Right. So, I mean, you can't, in my mind, you couldn't look at that as a total loss if you weren't able to get all that. But
We may have to wait for years to see if it comes to fruition.
that's right.
The other angle is that the county continued on, and one of the first things I wrote down as one of the things going back in time, when Burns and Matt was first in front of the board, and it was Commissioner Huguenin who posed the question. I don't think the commission was aware that the board would end up being the master developer of that site. And I remember because Commissioner Huguenin at the time said, I wasn't aware we were gonna be master developers, but I guess that's what you're talking about. So the cost that goes into that and what you can forecast if the county's gonna develop that is gonna continue on with Burns and Mac and potentially CFS or somebody else with whatever those costs are. So I'm just whatever you do with it, there's additional costs moving into the future, and I don't know what the right answer is, but I'd like for you to at least tell me what direction you want me to go, so I know what to be doing, or not doing. I will do some due diligence, and at a minimum, but if Kingston is gonna reach out and want to talk to somebody to at least start that conversation, that doesn't mean anything is gonna be signed, sealed, and delivered until you guys approve it, but at least to start that. If his attorney contacts me, and you kind of have an idea of what that looks like, there needs to be some, promises made within the document that X is gonna happen within X period of time, and if it doesn't, then those type of things, and then you guys have to agree on that, what that looks like, but at least to push the needle one way or another.
Yeah, that'd be a starting place, I think.
And then, is the house included, is it not included, do you?
I think the house needs to be included, just to make it one deal. And if he and the present.
Do you think there needs to be a conversation with Bart Massey, kind of ahead of time? So, I know he knows that there's somebody interested in all the property. There's an arrangement with the county that sort of has to be taken into consideration there, and then trying to be fair to everybody involved, including the county and the taxpayers of Coffee County.
I don't think we get out of that house what we would want for it, with knowing that a data center's gonna be in there.
That's my fear, Todd.
Right. Look, I think dialogue needs to proceed. It's just dialogue, but let's see where it goes and go that way. Because if we don't do anything, then we could lose an opportunity. And I think that we just need to have, and you being the point of contact, Wade, just because you're going to be heavily involved.
That's fine.
That would be my thought.
So having a commissioner involved to be a part of that conversation, so that 2 ears are better than one, and I think there's a benefit, so I don't misconstrue something, and if I come back and bring it before the board, I can interpret it one way, and then someone, whoever that is, can say no, or something that I'm not conduit, so, and that's what, or I can do it to begin with, and then once we get some better direction, then we can reconsider that.
I took it that Mr. Pinkston wanted to have, he's gonna be here for another couple of days, till tomorrow.
Correct.
And he would be interested in having a conversation prior to that, is that right? Wade, is that the way you?
I think that's right. I wanna make sure if I'm gonna talk to him, he indicated, keywords that I focus on, attorney, so I wanna make sure that there's not an issue with me talking to him without approval from his attorney. Yeah. Or that his attorney's a part of that conversation. And I'd want that on this side too.
Yeah.
If he had an attorney sitting in a room and talking with one of you guys, I think that
want to be there too.
Yeah, that'd be fair.
Well, since it rained, I could do that, but man, for the next couple of months, I'm so far behind with dealing with my wife's health and stuff. If it ever dries up again, I've got to dedicate myself to get my hay baled. I mean, if someone else would volunteer to do that, and I'll do it if need be, but I'm really down to the wire here.
Are you thinking of meeting with him before he leaves?
It might be beneficial to at least
It's really nice.
see where things are.
I would agree.
It's really nice to meet in person. I tell you, for me, there's no substitute for looking somebody in the eye.
Yeah, well, and I think if we did, it would show that we were willing to listen to him rather than completely avoid him.
Yeah, I think if you could have a meeting with him before he left, just to show us.
Cameron both,
Yes,
Cameron and him both.
Cameron and him both.
since he's his agent. If you wanna do it, I'd volunteer to do it. But if any of you guys care to do it, you're more than welcome. I'm just,
I can.
If you're talking before he leaves, today or tomorrow, I'm out, so.
Yeah, I'm out tomorrow. I've got,
I mean, if it was Wednesday, I have no problem, but
you'll have to call him apparently.
well, at least have dialogue with him to let him know that we are interested in further dialogue. I mean, that's.
Agreed. My goal would be, I think the day is gonna be tough to get it in today. My suggestion, if I do reach out to him, would be tomorrow morning at some point.
But if we're gonna do it, I would call him today to let him know
Yeah,
what our intent is, so he
Sure.
doesn't jump ship
Sure.
early.
Because he's flying out of Wichita. I think he said.
yeah,
I think that's.
at least, that's what I got.
I don't think he's got any concerns about flying anywhere. Did you look him up on Google?
Yeah, I did. I just know, well,
He said it's pedals, so maybe he brought his own ship. Airplane.
well, he's checking Coffee County Airport out, so.
And he said he was considering land at the airport too, if that one wasn't.
Can you make contact?
I can.
Just call Cameron.
Start Cameron.
So who is the chosen one? The consensus that.
He said, he volunteered, so.
Voluntold. I'd be willing to do it, Wade. I have no problems at all with that.
Okay. That's all
Settled.
for me. Starting.
Todd, you got anything?
With that thing there at the end, I hope a lot of information that bring up to the two parties that you guys can digest and want to look at. That was rather interesting, to say the least. And,
The last group we had here, yeah.
there's a lot of stuff between the two that don't jive. So, and you guys are seeing that, and I'm glad. So,
Yeah, I intend to go back and look some more.
and those people are adamant about it, and you guys have been out there, I've been out there.
It's not the fact that we don't respond when they call on either side, whether it's.
And that's what Art said, you know? That's what
And
he-
I had these photos, that didn't look like that a week ago. It had pig weeds and mare's tail that was 3.5, 4 foot tall.
When I was out there.
Yes. So, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So apparently the fertilizer works.
Killed everything.
Apparently so.
Went by there Friday, but that wasn't a good day to go by. It's windy and, yeah. It's not far from my place, and I, try to go out by there. I've been checking on the dog that ran over out there and see how.
I look, I did the same thing out on Friday, was that I was closing up the road. Couldn't call,
how can I say it? Staying within the parameters of what KDHE says and not having regard for others involved is a real red flag for me. So, that's all I'm gonna say on the situation.
So what's the address? There's the 24th and Iris South, the Hodges. What's the address of the other one?
21st and Planter.
22nd plan.
22nd. Well, it's in between 21st and 22nd.
It's right there by that NOAA weather.
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's no
It's Planter Road, goes south at the 21st.
Okay.
It's south of the antenna, the monstrous
Yeah.
antenna that's out there.
Okay. I have not.
On the west side of the road.
On the west side of the road.
I haven't been to that side.
Yeah.
So I want to, so.
And then, that's, my mind's kind of burnt right
Well,
now, so.
I'm having one of those
I
days.
figured you might bring it up, but,
Go ahead.
the, department head meeting is this afternoon, and we talked about, the next department head meeting, maybe saying something about the charges, for feeding and tips and stuff.
I did have a call from a department head about that, I was wondering where we're going with it, and I explained to them, oh, yeah, that's a big thing, so.
We had a department head meeting scheduled last month, it didn't happen, so I provided a department head meeting or update by email, and it included the meal issue and that if anybody wanted more information to contact a commissioner.
Are you going to that today?
Yes.
You might mention, we talked about last week, the mileage.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I,
Yeah, if we're going long
and I go
distances,
to
get
those
a,
also.
Okay.
get
I
a
just-
county vehicle.
I'm just second pair of ears there.
Back up on one thing. I guess after reading Richard's letter, maybe we need to have him come in. You guys got all that this morning, that we passed around.
Yeah.
And him come and just talk to us a little bit. We have any questions on that?
Oh, on the,
It should be in the restaurant business or whatever, on the loaning of monies, and just get a feel for it. Well, I didn't have a real good grasp of what he was wanting us to do.
If we're referring to this newest loan, the bank said they weren't interested in loaning them the full amount. I felt like we were trying to be within the perimeters of what I feel was proper, because I am opposed to making loans. We don't want to compete with the banks, nor do we want that, be in that position, but I don't feel like we did that.
No, I think it was a good deal there.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get a take on really where he was coming from.
Because that'd be
With
fine.
small
Yeah.
businesses, we want to promote those.
Right,
And
right.
our people, I'd rather promote those than having some industry come in that we don't have anything to do with.
Right. Yeah.
Monday,
Oh, okay.
next week, yeah.
Sorry,
I mean, if he wants to discuss that further.
Yeah.
Talking about Richard.
Yeah, for next
Yeah.
Monday.
Well, if he wants to discuss it further, I guess
Give his feelings on what's going on.
certainly.
Oh, I didn't have anything else except for the department head.
Okay. Mr. Amadraw?
Hear anything on phase 2? Time schedule, any thoughts? Okay, fair enough. Took Yanni down at Maribel's last Thursday morning. He was supposed to have been there to start on that, and then he called me and said that he had some issues with his canine and he wasn't going to make it that day. And he said he'd be there Friday, and I haven't heard a word from him. I doubt he's there today because it's raining, so
Right.
I'm going to make a call, see what's going on.
Well, hopefully the weather kind of straightens up and they get here to get to work. I mean, things happen, but you're,
Downstairs on the
He did re-tint it last.
I didn't even pay any attention to that.
Yeah, it's fixed. I
Okay,
think.
okay,
Yeah.
great.
So, have you done business with this company before that's working out pretty well? So, you know, things happen, let's try to be patient, I guess, is my thought.
You know, it's been over 2 months.
Yeah, I know.
It's like,
I know.
you got the building down, so.
But you get
Ready to
somebody,
go.
you get somebody else, you start over.
If you can get someone else.
Yeah, yeah,
That was a big thing.
yeah.
Other than that, I don't have anything really.
We did do the final walkthrough of
Of the jail, of
the new building, and I snagged Steve if he happened to be in the neighborhood.
Well, that's a new one. See, I do stuff, and you do.
And I think outside of, I don't want to describe them as major or minor issues over there, it's under warranty, and if there are any major issues, I think that some of the HVAC has had some repeated call-outs to try to get that situated, but it's under warranty, so they're going to get it taken care of. There may be some minor cosmetic issues that have to be dealt with and addressed, but outside of that, I think it's up and running.
Yeah, and the walkthrough, I mean, there were pictures taken, there were notes taken, I mean, it was anything that looked out of place was brought to their attention, and it seemed like everything was going to be taken care of in good shape.
So Wade, with that, talking about the jail, I know that there was an email that went out from Tom about having that secure corridor in order to get federal approval for the feds to have people here. Since nothing's happening with phase 2, do we need to look into that so we can not impede Tom getting permission to house federal inmates, or what?
He's got my understanding is he's got a call and is waiting for the marshal, whoever the head marshal in the state of Kansas is, to come and view it, to approve it, so that it can house federal inmates.
But does he need that corridor specifically to get the approval?
The email you're referencing is in reference to go from, once phase 2 starts, well, even right now, they have to go out of the existing, the new building in that fenced-in area, and that's
You talking about going to the courtroom?
going to the courtroom. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not ideal. The sooner the secure corridor can be completed going to the existing courtroom, the better. In the interim, they have to make do, and how they're making do is the current setup, but
Maybe
the less time that can be active, the better.
Maybe we can finally get that figured out and get that corridor prioritized so they.
So phase 2, Mike asked, there's revision number, who knows what, that's been presented to cut costs. And I think it's a workable plan. It's gonna be completely different than what you saw the last time. And it's gonna be a design, although it's gonna be under budget, you need to really think about going into the future, and what that looks like. And on the renovation side, one of the most important parts of that is, while they're in renovating this new design, if it's approved to come to you, and it's under budget, is it leaves existing cells. And if that's what you want, that's fine, but the cost to remove them later while they're already doing renovation is what you need to think about, because they're not going to serve any purpose other than be a cell for storage. And you'll know what I'm talking about once you see that design. But the small courtroom that was being expanded, it actually now shrinks down and loses some of its size. It shifts from north to south operation, and the idea is to keep much of the existing structure in place and not renovate it to have those cost savings. But the main thing that needs to be done is that secure corridor. So when you see it, you'll know what I'm talking about.
I kind of think the jails need to be removed now, and even if we don't go put anything back in place of them because of budget, they're gone, we can always do it later too.
And just have an open space there.
If that's what we have to do to keep with the budget, I think.
Just have the shelves for future use.
Yeah, like I said, we can always go back in and do something later, yeah.
Zero?
I don't have anything, I'm done.
That sums it up.
I'm done.
I've got two letters here that came addressed to the commission. First one is from the Special Olympics Kansas Incorporated, and I'll try to abbreviate part of it first. It comes from the foundation, said, you know, thanks for your $3,000 donation, but Casey Morris from the Manhattan Sports Club, individual that apparently participated, said, thank you so much for your support of Special Olympics Kansas. I love being a part of this organization as an athlete and have been provided so many neat and amazing experiences. Thank you again for helping people like me be active and healthy and helping to move us from the sidelines to the playing field. So, I don't know if you guys want to read the rest of it, but the rest of it's written by the foundation. And I got a letter from Coffee County Hospital addressed, Dear Commissioners, on behalf of the Coffee County Hospital Board of Trustees, we respectfully submit this letter as a formal recommendation regarding the properties located at 538 C Street, Leroy, Kansas, previous Leroy Medical Clinic building, and 309 Sanders, Burlington, Kansas, previous Coffee County Medical Clinic building. As you are aware, Coffee County retains ownership of these properties. However, Coffee County Hospital has continued to maintain and utilize these properties for storage purposes following the closure of these clinics. At this time, the hospital has no operational plans for these properties in the foreseeable future. Given this, the Board of Trustees at its June 2nd, 25 meeting voted to make a recommendation to the Commission to proceed with selling these properties in a manner you determine to be most appropriate. It is our shared hope that these properties can be revitalized and put to productive use, supporting growth and development within the Leroy and Burlington communities rather than remaining vacant. Coffee County Hospital is committed to assisting the county throughout this process in any way that may be helpful. We value our ongoing partnership and are hopeful that this step will contribute positively to the future of the community. Please feel free to contact us should you have any questions or any additional information. And has Eric Irwin, Board of Trustees, and Stacy Augustine on here, contact information. So I guess I read the whole thing, or I guess I won't pass it around, but I thought I wanted to read that so the public knew that we'd received that notice. So I don't have anything else. Angie?
I have two things. How many of you may be able to attend the Southeast Kansas County Officials Meeting, the district meeting, Thursday, September 4th in Franklin County, in Ottawa?
What's the date?
Thursday, September 4th.
What is it?
It's the, it's an annual, well, semi-annual meeting in Southeast Kansas County Official District meeting. They do one in the spring and fall.
Who puts it on?
It rotates to different counties every spring and fall. So this fall is Franklin, and then next spring it'll be.
I can go to that.
Is it like during the day then?
Yeah, it's 8:30 to 10 registration, then 10 are breakout sessions, lunch is at noon. It usually ends somewhere around 1:30 to.
And it's the month of September?
Thursday, September 4th. For two,
Is it pretty beneficial? I've never been to one of those.
it's just the 17 counties in the Southeast District.
You get to meet other,
It's commissioners.
Networking.
yeah, I kinda enjoyed it when I went last year. You get to meet other people and
Probably talk about similar issues.
see other problems.
Yeah, right.
We hosted it here a few years ago. Yes,
You gonna go?
I can send you out the,
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
so how many then? 1, 2, 3.
I guess I'll pass from there.
And what, like, just to,
I'll put 2 then. If something changes, you can let me know. And then the other thing is, we're at August 11th right now, so we're just a couple days under a month away. We usually have our employee appreciation picnic right after the OK Kids weekend. So that would mean it would be Monday, September 8th. And we would have it at the 4-H building. So right after department head meeting, or I mean not department head meeting, commission meeting, we would go down to the 4-H building. Department heads would set up and I send the list out.
is that where we serve?
Yeah, you can serve if you want to serve and all that. And it's 11:30 to 1.
Suppose that's depending on who makes our agenda that day.
Yeah. We can try to hold it back.
Don't let Casey.
Yeah. So,
4-H building?
4-H building, yeah. We do already have that reserved, so it works good because if they have any leftovers, they take, extra buns and stuff like that down there because we do hamburgers and hot dogs and chips and stuff like that. And that's all I have.
And that's at the 4-H building?
Yes.
Do we have anything else for today?
Going back to the hospital, their letter on the 2 former clinics, how soon are we gonna decide how to dispose of it? I mean, I've been asked several times, about what we're gonna do.
Do we miss that?
I mean, we wanna discuss that next week, put that on, have a discussion about that.
I would think that'd be good, yeah.
I've been meaning to go get a key from Stacy and go look at them, but I haven't.
I assume we're gonna do something similar to what we did at Sunset Manor.
So you have to, under the resolution, you get to make the decision on how, whether it's auction, realtor, fixed price, whatever, the sky's the limit, but you have to initiate that process by resolution. There has to be a public hearing and then
If we can get all
sealed
that,
bids.
if we can get all that information
Yeah,
to look at before next week's meeting, I think we need to
Yeah, I think
move forward.
to me, these buildings could be utilized for a lot of different things, so I think it ought to be public auction, is my opinion, but it's my thought.
Sunset Manor was a sealed bid, if you will recall, and then there was just one bid, and it went back and forth, and although it looked like there was clandestine operation going on behind the scenes, the reason was the negotiation behind the scenes went back and forth.
Right.
At the end, it all came out what that negotiation was and how it all transpired. But
Yeah. This is, like I say, have a lot of different purposes. I think it'd be fair to auction, so, both of them. We could sell them the same day, as far as I'm concerned.
Sure.
Just a thought.
I think initially the idea was to wait and do the Maribella's property at the same time, but that has run into a snag, so.
I don't know if we need to do it at the same time, just move forward and get her done.
Yep, either way. Anything else?
We need to sell them both the same way, like, one of them you said put up for public auction and it was a flop on what the receipts were we received from it, we do the other property a different way.
The resolution allows for whatever you want, however you want.
Well, we can have a minimum too, just like if you took bids, you could have a minimum then, that we can turn it down on an auction too, but I'd rather sell myself if it's any kind of an offer at all. Surely some people will show an interest in them, I would think.
I've had several parties hit me up about the one here in town.
It's a good location, and you know, the one in Leroy's a pretty nice building, I think.
Like Mark said, there's an interest. They're out there.
Yeah.
They know we can gonna do something.
Yeah.
We just need to figure out what we're gonna do.
Right.
Maybe we can
Okay.
do the one downtown too.
Yeah. Very good.
Yes.
Other than that, I don't have anything else. I won't get in your way of adjourning now.
It's been a fun-filled day.
It's been a day.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll adjourn at 1:34 then. Thank you, everyone.